Hello and welcome to this live. So, right now we're here and we just want to welcome each and everyone. Welcome to this space. If it is your first time here, we really appreciate you being here. All right, Voices in Education is a safe space where we can share and learn from each other. We do that in a respectful way to ensure that we're maintaining our safe community, our safe space where everyone feels a sense of belonging and where you feel valued. So welcome one, welcome all. So it means that in this space we don't bash anyone, we don't belittle anyone. All right, so it's the Jamaica Labour Party annual conference and we love to hear your views. So right now it's praise and worship. All right. And so that's the situation happening. All right now. So we're here and Librans, welcome, welcome, welcome. So guys, hit the like button, hit the subscription button, share, share, share. We'll be here to talk about, what's happening and to check in and to let you hear what is happening from that end as well. But just to keep it very interactive so that you can be a part of what is happening there. All right. So welcome one, welcome all. So happy to have you guys here. Please consider hitting the like button, the share button, and of course the subscription button. All right. Tell a friend to tell another friend about the Voices in Education. So we're trying to get a sense of what is happening in the context of the crowd here. All right. But seeing supporters rocking and, going, I guess, a pretty early start somewhat. Well, in that context, depending on how you're looking at it. But right now, I am trying to get a sense of what the crowd is looking like. All right. But not quite yet. But again, it's praise and worship and they're definitely putting God first. And so that is good to see. All right, so the platform is being set there, and as you can see, supporters are still trickling in. All right, we want you to be here because we love the interaction, and we are going to do our best to get you involved in the context of what is happening there. All right, and so at the Jamaica Labour Party's conference. So not missing out, not missing out. We ask that you consider giving us a like, consider hitting the subscription button, or if you want to just try to feel us out in the context of what is going on, you can, or ask someone in the chat, how is this space? Would love to have you here, all right, with us and for you to stick and stay with us, all right? Because it's going to be, great in terms of the interactions here. So again, we keep it real and respectful. So we do not bash anyone, we do not belittle anyone. All right. So again, welcome one, welcome all. So happy to have you guys here with us. All right. Really appreciate you being here and will definitely take you through, what is happening. All right. So again, welcome one, welcome all. So happy to have you guys here with us. All right. So again, not missing out here. All right. So as soon as we're able to, in terms of bringing you, let me just do this here. But so happy to have you. All right, welcome one, welcome all. If you're just tuning in, welcome. I'm just going to try and adjust my screen here. I get the sense that it's lagging a bit. All right, so let me just try and get that done. So you're going to see a dark screen for a little bit, but we're still here. All right, and so we're just trying to ensure that we're able to provide you with the best experience as possible. All right, so we're going to see what we can do to kind of get that one moving. So just give me a second here as we try to fix this. All right, welcome, guys. What are you expecting in the context of a message, all right, from the JLP? As a Jamaican, what would you like to hear? Would you want to hear Andrew saying, okay, we're calling it no, which is kind of unlikely, but still possible. But would love to hear from you in that context in the chat. So don't be afraid to hit the like button, all right, and hit that subscription button, and let us just continue to grow stronger together. All right, so I'm just here checking on a few things in the context of, just some setting here. So again, welcome one, welcome all. So happy to have you guys here with us. All right, so we're here, and I believe this should be good. So we're just going to try and get that going again here, just to get some context as to if this works or not. So we're going to perhaps try and see if that's better in this context. But welcome one, welcome all. So happy to have you guys here with us. And it's just the praise and worship that is happening there, all right, at the JLP's conference at this point. So we're not missing out. All right. So I am also wondering if we should open the phone line just to get some calls in. All right, but I am being told that we can also do another little setting check here. So just one moment. Again, guys, let me just see, how best, as I shared just now, we can get things going here for you guys. All right, so we're just going to do another little setting, check here. As we try to bring you, updates as best as we can in that context. So welcome one, welcome all. All right, we're still here just trying to get, ourselves fixed up. So once things are up and running, all right, we're definitely able here. All right, so we're just doing some quick settings here. And we're just trying to ensure that we're able to bring you the best that we can from our vantage point here. So welcome one, welcome all. So happy to have you here with us. And don't mind the voice, guys. If you were here last evening, you perhaps, or yesterday, you'll perhaps know why the voice is sounding the way it is. But we're thankful, and I'm doing fine. So we ask that you just consider supporting us, the best way you can by hitting the like button, hitting the subscription button. All right. So welcome one, welcome all. So happy to have you guys here with us. And again, we're trying to find the best possible way to ensure that we are able to share and to keep you connected here.
under the blood of Jesus. Just put your hand over your neighbor's head and say, you're covered under the blood. You're covered under the blood. The blood of Jesus protect you. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Every tongue that rises against you in judgment shall be condemned. Somebody say, I'm covered, I'm covered, I'm covered, I'm covered. Somebody show hallelujah. Whoa. Lord, take me back to the place where I found you. Let's go back in the days. It's been so hard. Come on. Trying to make it. Jamaica, you know this song. On my own, Lord, I need your direction just to make the right selection. Oh Lord, take my hand, lift me, will carry me. All the way. Hallelujah. Tell a neighbor, you're covered. Tell a neighbor, you're covered under the blood. Tell the person beside you, you're covered under the blood. Hallelujah. Anybody believe? Anybody believe? Anybody believe? Whoa. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Hey. Hey. Listen, listen. Hey.
All right, guys, welcome. If you're here and in the chat, it's a praise and worship session that is happening right now. As you can see, supporters are still coming in. We're seeing signs, we're seeing persons worshiping, moving about, dancing. So welcome one, welcome all. Please comment in the chat. Let me know where you're tuned in from. Lebrance, Deron, Shaw. Welcome. And all right, Shaw is here. I see you there sharing. Living overseas, but was a die-hearted JLP of West Rural St. Andrew, returning home after I retired from the classroom in another 2 years. But let me see here. I'm trying to get the remainder of your comment here. And my reaction button. Is this I am planning? Hold on, I'll figure it out. Let me just get back in there. But seems as if you're going to switch in terms of the moving to the PNP. My comment is just not showing up right now, guys. But thanks for sharing, Shaw. If someone sends another comment, I'll be able to just go to Shaw's. All right, still trying to fix that. But welcome one, welcome all. Hit the like button, hit the subscription button. It's just love and blessings here. And we're definitely going to talk about, just the messages that are being shared at the conference. So right now it's praise and worship, and we're just going to go back to that. All right, welcome one, welcome all. So happy to have you guys here. Consider hitting the like button, consider hitting the subscription button.
Continue to bless the Lord. God is good. Hallelujah.
Labor rights. Labor rights. Labor rights. Labor rights. Labor rights. Labor rights. You'll be hearing from the Unity Singers later on. Invite conference to stand now for the playing of the
Right, fantastic. And Shaw, my apologies there. So Shaw is saying living overseas, but was a dieted JLP of West Rural St. Andrew, returning home after I retired from the classroom in another 2 years, but I pray not under the PNP. Okay, thank you, Shaw. No PNP. Okay, we got that. All right. So guys, thank you so much for being here. Continue to stick and stay with us.
We'll make our nation strong. Stand up for your rights when you hear the bell. Stand up for justice, hear the freedom bell. Remember Bustamante, he served you well. Stand up, Jamaicans, when you hear the bell.
at this time. At this time, I will invite Bishop Aaron Cunningham from Mount Carmel Powers of Ministry, Praise Zion Church, to offer prayers at conference.
Good morning. I don't hear you. Good morning. Good morning. Let us look to the Lord at this time. Let us rest to our feet. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Oh, give thanks unto the God of gods, for his mercy endureth forever. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord of lords, for his mercy endureth forever. We come before you on today, Almighty God, with a heart full of gratitude and anticipation for this opportunity to be together in this conference 2024. We want to thank the Lord for traveling mercy from those coming from near and far. We ask, Lord, that your wisdom will be among us on today. Almighty God, remember the leader of this great movement, the most honorable Andrew Oldness, the rest of leaders that work alongside with him. We ask, Lord, as they work together as a team, in spite of so many challenges at times, Lord, we know that you are able to give us the strength to overcome every challenges, to overcome every hurdles. And so, Lord, as we come today, we ask, Lord, that your will be done. And when we should leave this place, Lord, there'll be no accident, no incident. Cover us under your blood one more time in the name of Jesus. And every heart say, Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, labor rights, Jamaicans, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the 80th anniversary conference of this great and noble institution, the Jamaica Labour Party. Conference, are you ready? Conference, are you ready?
Shout, 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 shout.
81 years ago, our founder and chief, the late Dr. Sir William Alexander Bustamante, founded this movement out of the belly of the working class people. And today, we celebrate with pride as the greatest political organization in the English-speaking Caribbean. And so today, as we come to conference with a message, a strong, active message, I urge conference today to sit, listen, and to hear about the mission of the government of Dr. Prime Minister Andrew Holness, your government, your party. Let me, at this time, acknowledge the officers of the Jamaica Labour Party, our party chairman, our general secretary, our deputy leaders, our treasurers, and most importantly, our trustees. I want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Denise Elimaya Shira, Carla Siaga, members of parliament, senators, councillors, welcome to the national arena. What a great day it is going to be. And let me advise Labourites who are making their way to the national arena, come quick, because in a couple of minutes' time, the doors will be closed. There's no more room inside the arena for Labour Party.
Labour Party marching on, marching on to victory.
And so, let us now turn back the hands of time and give you a history on the Jamaica Labour Party.
At the heart of all our policies, the Jamaica Labour Party endeavors to safeguard unity and progress for Jamaicans in a sustainable way. As our party anthem espouses, it is through unity and progress that we will make our nation strong. We must therefore champion sustainable development, stability, and prosperity, which is not achieved through individual efforts, but through a collective approach and, of course, institution building. The JLP has an enviable record dating before independence of institution building and development. In the first elections in which working class people were given a vote, it was the Jamaica Labour Party that the working class people elected to deliver a better Jamaica for them. This is why this JLP government could not continue the PNP's legacy of austerity. This is why the JLP could not continue the PNP legacy of broken promises, wage freezes, and contract work. This is why the JLP could not ignore the need to increase the minimum wage and why we're giving back $11 billion in taxes to low-income workers. It is because the JLP is not a Topanaris institution, but an institution for the people, by the people, and one that will stay with the people. Sir Alexander Bustamante knew the importance of making education available to poor Jamaican families, and as a result, he built over 200 primary and junior secondary schools between the 1950s and the 1960s to ensure greater access to education for young Jamaicans. Our legacy of institution building has been passed down from leader to leader over these 81 years. We know that the true measure of any country is how it is able to look after its vulnerable and its children. And therefore, the JLP passed the National Insurance Act in 1964. And when we realized in 2018 that the NIS was headed towards depletion, it was this JLP administration that stepped in and fixed the issues within this institution, securing a better future for Jamaicans. The Urban Development Corporation and the Development Bank of Jamaica were also established in the 1960s under the leadership of Prime Minister Hugh Shearer and Finance Minister the Most Honorable Edward Seaga. The annual Jamaica Festival was an initiative of the Jamaica Labour Party, ensuring that our culture and history were celebrated. Many are unaware that it was at the invitation of the JLP that Emperor Haile Selassie visited Jamaica in 1966. We established the Order of National Hero and procured the return of Marcus Garvey's remains in 1964, who later became our first national hero. The JLP legacy of institution building is undeniable, and Edward Philip George Seaga remains the father of institutional building in Jamaica. He initiated a rewrite of the human rights section of the Constitution to provide for a charter of fundamental rights and freedoms and created the Office of Public Defender. He established Heart Trust NTA and the Urban Development Corporation, Jamaica Stock Exchange, and Jamaica Unit Trust. To his credit is also the formation of the Students' Loan Bureau, National Development Bank, Agricultural Credit Bank, Jamaica National Investment Promotion Limited, now Jamaica Promotions Corporation's JAMPRO, and the Exim Bank. Our leader, the builder, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, is continuing the rich legacy of his predecessors, leaders of this great Jamaica Labour Party, in establishing institutions to secure a better future and deliver sustainable development and shared prosperity for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, labor rights. Can anybody test the Jamaica Labour Party when it comes down to performance and achievements? That what you saw was just a tip of the iceberg. Them think we're done? Them think we're done? And now, I'll invite the General Secretary of the Jamaica Labour Party, Deputy Prime Minister, Member of Parliament, coming out of Western Jamaica. Let's welcome Dr. Horace Chang.
Boss for every boss, done for every done. Ever militant, so it and so it and. Humble like a lamb, tell them no confusion.
All right, guys, welcome one, welcome all. If you're just tuning in, so happy to have you here. As you know, Desmond is trying to build a vibe there at the National Arena. Let's just go to Dr. Chang.
To report on the activities of the 81st year and to indicate the way forward to victory for the third term in the 82nd year. Show up, labor rights. Our 81st year, the party was active and strong in putting in place policies to better the lives of the Jamaican people. The party at all levels implemented its political programs. Conference, the Jamaica Labour Party remains the greatest political party in the Western Hemisphere. What a turnout we have today in spite of weather. We are, in 81 years, one of the oldest democratic organizations in the Western Hemisphere, committed to making the lives of the poor better. It's the Labour Party that organized the cane piece workers, the banana workers, the waterfront workers, the workers of the Bellevue Hospital, and created the Bustamante Industrial Trade Union, and embedded in our people the basis of democracy and a commitment to the electoral process. This year, 81st year, had many events. Started off with the local government election. We were declared victor as we won 7 of the local authorities and tied the KCC, maintaining the position of majority for the Jamaica Labour Party. Holding the base of the party together, even after the COVID-19 pandemic, a crisis that engulfed the country, engulfed the world, the first pandemic in 100 years. Thank you. Even after that devastating impact on the country, we were led effectively and successfully by the Honorable Andrew Michael Hollis, dealing effectively with a challenge that gave our country a major problem. Labour rights, during this year, 2 councillors, Ian Myers and Garfield James from the Westmoreland Corporation, rejected the backward PNP policies, crossed the floor, joined the Jamaica Labour Party, and ensured we had 2 victories in the parish of Westmoreland, along with one of our original councillors. During the first meeting of the Central Executive in 2024, our party appointed 4 Deputy General Secretaries, Senators Delroy Williams, Charles Sinclair, and Albin Hill. Councillor Richard Prairie of St. Mary continued as the Deputy General Secretary, a strong voice and a powerful organizer for the Jamaica Labour Party. We now have a complete set of Deputy General Secretaries to continue the organization and management of the Labour Party across the island. All members of the Officer Corps have been tasked to organize, and move forward with under a year to go before the general election, supporting all our younger members and the new recruits to ensure that the entire Labour Party organization from Morant Bay to Nigwell will be strong, active and ready for all eventualities when the party leader ring the bell, call school and we go to the polls. Shower Labour rights.
We're ready for the road.
Shower Labour rights. Honorable Darrell Vaz, Minister, the man from Portland, was appointed the party's new treasurer and head of the fundraising team. Vaz is the hyper-energetic builder. He will get the job done. We'll be ready for the time when the election is called. He knows how to find the money. He can find it. Them same know to find the end of the rainbow. Labour rights, during the political year, our party welcomed new councillors in the council election across the island, and confident that the councillors will continue to serve the people well and work within the framework of the Labour Party to bring about improvement in their communities. In St. James, for the first time, we had a lady, a young teacher, Miss Donia Allen, joined the team in St. James. After that election, we welcomed new mayors in St. Elizabeth, St. Thomas, and St. James. During the 23-24 political year, we received an additional injection of fresh new faces that brought new energy and continued to expand the Labour Party as we recruited Senator Dana Morris Dixon and Senator Abka Fitzhenley and brought them into the Senate. Senator Dana Morris Dixon has taken on the responsibility to deal with education, training, and communication within the party and government, while Senator Fitzhenley, well known in the media for 35 years, a well-known public voice, has now joined to apply his skills on behalf of the Labour Party. We welcome them both and look forward to working with them successfully in the 82nd year. Show our Labour rights for the new senators. During the year, Jamaica Labour Party delegation went to several countries, including China, young members, and of course the Mayor of Montego Bay, a young spark from the West, bringing energy and youth insight. A young and bright man did a tour of the United States looking at local government institutions The United States, of course, is a major partner in the democratic process. We have been moving to further equip our representatives to serve the people of Jamaica effectively and well. We have been conducting constituency audits, worker training across the country. Each area council management team has been actively working with the Secretary to improve the quality of representation. Leadership and outstanding representation is what defines the Jamaica Labour Party. You must be reminded, a short issue was given, but the Labour Party that took us out of federation and into independence, the first crisis, is the Labour Party under Edward Seaga that took us through the crisis of the early 80s when the bauxite industry went flat. This need not to compare with what happened under the PNP later on. And of course, today, Dr. Andrew Michael Holness not only led us successfully through the COVID pandemic, but is now putting the country on a road for growth and development and genuine prosperity. So, Labour rights. I want to commend all your council teams that have undertaken to mobilize, train, and effectively reinforce the organization of various management teams. A divisional and constituency conference have been held across the island. We faced 5 by-elections. Nothing major changed, but we had an opportunity to examine, review, and look at what is required to ensure that the organization will be ready for the 82nd year as we face the possibility of a general election. Audit and review will be done in every single constituency. The idea is to ensure that we examine closely the structures, the activities, and the representation work of the members of the Jamaica Labour Party within their constituencies and divisions. Successful area council meetings were convened, however, a little business for this part of the conference. Every area council held their meeting between August and October. Coming out of those meetings were the nomination for the leadership of the Jamaica Labour Party, and we seek your affirmation with acclaim. Across the island, in Area 1, Deputy Leader and Conference Chairman Desmond Mackenzie returned to continue his work as Deputy Leader for Area 1. In Area 2, Mr. James Robertson, Member of Parliament from East Western St. Thomas, longest serving Deputy Leader and the one to carry the burden of leadership in Area 2, which is our largest area. In Area 3, Mr. Michael Stern, hailing from the Area 3 carrying the weight, and of course in the West, the indomitable, well established, our man of victory, J.C. Hutchison, the man from the West. Out of those conferences, the man who carries the hope of a nation on his shoulder, the man who has taken Labour Party to the victory, the man who has led this country through some of the most difficult times and done so with competence, calm, and dignity. The Honourable Dr. Andrew Michael Holness, the only nominee for leader of the Jamaica Labour Party. My friend. Shower, my friend, to the leadership of the Labour Party and to our distinguished leader, Honourable and Dr. Andrew Michael Holness. During the political year, our party leader went across the country, in every corner, responding to the needs of our people and listening to the voice of the voiceless. He was out there distributing social housing, identifying infrastructure to be developed, listening to the children, to the young men, and to all that is required. The challenges were even greater. This year we had some severe weather conditions which continued into this very month. But under the leadership of this Prime Minister, we have provided support, care, and activities across every constituency to all the young and the elderly in all areas of need. The Jamaica Labour Party is aware of the challenges associated with your infrastructure. The road network has been battered. The water supply system is still leaky in many areas. But this government led by Andrew Holness, has run the country in a way that we can say confidently we have the capacity, financially and physically, to correct those problems. We have always had the need to fix the critical things of the country. We will move out aggressively in the new year. We'll spark work across the country as the Year Road program hits the road. It will be good work, good money, and good roads to come under the Labour Party. As General Secretary, I want to repeat my welcome to all who are here today at the 81st Annual Conference, the delegates, the members of the party, the workers who carry the burden, whether it is rain or sun, across our country, walk in the hills and valleys to ensure there is victory for the Labour Party. I welcome you all, commend you for your effort, thank you for your support across Jamaica. I can see and feel the energy. I understand there are hundreds of buses coming along from the highway into Harbour Tree still out there coming in from across the island. We welcome them all today. The United Labour Party, a united Labour Party, active and strong, will not only be victorious in a third term, we have the leadership to build a better, peaceful and prosperous nation, a great nation. Our people deserve this. Dr. Andrew Holness deserves it, and the Labour Party needs to continue to lead this country in a time of difficulty. The only hope for people, the Labour Party under Andrew Michael Holness. I charge you, workers and delegates, do the work, organize, 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 and deliver to Andrew Holness the victory he deserves. Show our Labour rights. Show our Labour rights. Show our my brothers and sisters.
Godfather, man a shot caller.
All right, so just to get in here a little bit, so far some, of the messages we have heard in the context of that video. All right, no wage freeze under the JLP, and in terms of past activities, and would have loved to hear a little bit more of the current happenings under Andrew Holness from that video. Then we have Chang sharing on those success, and Chang touch a little bit in the context of, Dr. Andrew Holness. All right, so the Prime Minister, they're delivering on houses, listening to people in the context of the children and the elderly, and trying to respond to their needs. All right, so not quite as how we would want it to be in that context. So some more introductions being done. But what Chang is saying here is that this administration, they have the capacity physically and financially to fix the problems, to deliver the roads, and in essence, that this party is the only hope for the people of Jamaica. Let us know your views in the chat. IT Push, we see you there. All right, so let's just go back to what is happening there.
Kenzie.
All right,
By
it's roll call.
acclamation, we declare him the deputy leader. And for leader of the Jamaica Labour Party in its 81st year, we have one nominee.
We have one nominee.
Dr. the Honorable Andrew Michael Holness.
Andrew Holness goes in as the leaders expected there.
By acclamation, we declare him the leader of the Jamaica Labour Party one more time.
Are happy with that.
Thank you, Party Chairman and General Secretary. Conference, I want you to welcome now.
So I wonder in the context of these updates if they're leaving those things in terms of the specifics for, the party leader to present. But it doesn't hurt, saying them now and saying them later, because you want people to get that message and for that message to stick. Let's just go back to what's happening there at the national
The Jamaica Labour Party, welcome her.
Like I ate the other day, them find sit no need for try. And to hold next him and give the youth a better life. And to how him love the country, could pick another side.
All right, so let's hear now.
Me did offer me a labor rights. What am I saying? Me did offer me a labor rights. was born and raised in the Cassava Peace community, went to primary school within my community, and then onto the San Andrew High School for Girls. Me see my mother struggle on $6,000 per week just to take care of me and my sister them.
Black woman and child, you, yeah. For you, I really have so much love.
When the Jamaica Labour Party increased the minimum wage, that meant so much for me and families like mine, for mothers like mine, who went from making $6,000 per week to $9,000 per week to now $15,000 per week. This is a government of action. As a young person, you see me did have to support the Jamaica Labour Party because the Student Loans Bureau is now more accessible than ever before. Now, you know if you run back on a body, I beg them to be a guarantor. Our leader never born with gold spoon in our mouth, but he might make sure that every ghetto youth can get more than a spoonful because he believes that every ghetto youth is a star.
All we need is just a chance. Yeah. Show them what we can do. Ooh.
Labor rights. You see me did have to support Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party, and here's why. Because the JLP is not just talking about uplifting young people. The Jamaica Labour Party is active in uplifting our young people. The CARE program through HEART is making skills training available to young people, while also giving them $67,000 per month just to learn a trade. The Jamaica Labour Party made the NHT set 10% of homes aside for our young people. Minister Green is over there making sure that land is accessible to our young farmers. And right now, as we can all see, $20,000 I go back in your pocket if you earn less than $3 million per year. Look at prosperity.
Unstoppable, so now we are trained. Everything fence, every lane. We are aim for the sky like plane. Them a pray for we fall like.
All right, I feel that this is an effective strategy here in terms of getting persons to come and share in terms of what is being delivered. So let's just continue to see what is happening here and listening at the national arena.
Me no all girl, you know. I mean, I know who them a try to take for idiots. Because I am old enough to remember how the People's National Party taxway left, right, and center.
After me surround the marathon, they're gonna run it. Then the chance to burn down the place and put the money.
Them tax party, hand cast, and just as them ready for taxway, every time we go to ATM, the Jamaica Labour Party came and rescued Jamaica. And for 8 years, the Jamaica Labour Party has said no new taxes. What am I saying? No new taxes. Conference. Me don't want nobody tell me about what the other side I promise. Me don't want to hear none of that. I am standing here today telling you what I am seeing our Prime Minister do for Jamaicans, especially for young people like myself. Active leadership. Him not daddy. He is strong, relatable, and ready. You see, before I leave here today, I'm going to tell the whole of Jamaica this. One bro God, and that is our Prime Minister, Dr. the most honorable Andrew Michael Holness.
Tell me I have some friend, when I call bro God, and if nothing hurt them, me I go so mad.
All right, guys, fantastic here. And I feel that this is a very effective strategy here. So, what is happening here? Getting persons to share. So far, SLB is more accessible to young people, to students. You don't need any guarantors. Active in uplifting young people. The care program via Heart, NHD, 10% of the home going for young people, land for young farmers, 20,000 back in your pocket if you were earning less than 3 million, and no new taxes under the JLP for 8 years now. And so some good things coming out there in terms of
It's
messages.
a movement actively working day in and day out to make the life better for every Jamaican. One community at a time, one family at a time. I believe and I see, look around, the JLP is building a stronger and a more united nation. The JLP actively invests in our young people. Building a Jamaican young professionals like yourselves sitting in this room can be proud of. Under the JLP, 150 annual scholarships awarded in honor of Marcus Messiah Garvey through the public sector. Listen, through the STEM program, they have provided 1,000 scholarships to the University of Technology, and 1,250 scholarships were the teachers in the house to the Michael University College, ensuring that every Jamaican, future innovators, scientists and educators are supported every step of the way, because labor for learning.
Boss, set the trend, set the trend. We set the trend, set the trend.
As young professionals, we all strive to want to make our own. The JLP got rid of numerous burdensome taxes to empower entrepreneurs and small business owners, creating an environment where owning a business is not just a dream, but an actual reality. But as Leon said, when we talk about no new taxes, they raised the income tax threshold from $1.5 to $1.7 million, putting more money in your pockets. These aren't just policies. These are lifelines for young professionals and hardworking people. As our great former Prime Minister and party leader said, Edward Philip George Siaga, leadership means setting an example. When you find yourself in a position of leadership, people follow what you do, not what you say. And the JLP leads by action, labor for earning. These are not just promises. Remember, we now have an increased maternity leave. So ladies, we can take care of our families and get back to business. The JLP don't believe in deadbeat fathers. So the first time in Jamaica, under the Jamaica Labour Party, the JLP has instituted paternity leave for our men.
Family. Yeah, I know that. I need a family. Sure. If I want to meet a friend killer.
These are not just promises, these are results. Strong leadership, strong policies, a strong Jamaica. This is the Jamaica Labour Party, bold in action, faithful in service, and relentless in our pursuit of a prosperous Jamaica. So repeat after me, Labourites. Labor for learning before you grow old, because learning is better than silver and gold. Silver and gold will vanish away, but a good education will never decay. Forward ever, labor for learning and labor for the hard-working Jamaican young people. Shower Labourites!
All right, thank you guys for coming over and sticking and staying with us. We want to keep it as interactive as possible, and we'll find some time when we perhaps can take a couple of phone calls. But the young ladies, they're just sharing some key messages from their perspective in the context of what they have been experiencing in the JLP. Let's just go back with the JLP administration. Let's just go back to the national arena. Please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button as well. All right, welcome one, welcome all.
Mayor Vernon.
Man feel like a champ right now. Yeah. Smiling to the bank right now, yeah. Man shining on the plans right now. Start up to be my hand.
Distinguished officers and members of the party, make good, clean labor rights.
Labor rights. JLP.
Let me tell you, it is a great honor to address conference this morning. As one of the thousands of labor rights who have journeyed from Western Jamaica. When Western Jamaica pull up, this a place have to full up. When we roll in from Mobile, you don't know, we not come to play. I am humbled to be serving our beautiful Montego Bay as mayor. And I am highlighting a few transformational work being done by our beloved Jamaica Labour Party at the local government level, and reminding you that we are fully active and there is much, much more to come. In 2016, this government inherited over $7 billion in debt to JPS for street lighting. But under the leadership of the most outstanding local government minister to have ever served Jamaica, Desmond Mackenzie, we have cleared the debt, and now we can demand better service and we can hold JPS accountable. Your JLP government started repairs on several markets across Jamaica, including Charles Garden Market, Savlamar, Stony Hill, Hopewell, Clarkstown, Highgate, and Buff Bay markets. And I can assure you, we are actively working hard to improve the conditions across markets in Jamaica. Labor rights, my fellow Jamaicans, your JLP government, as part of our poor relief efforts, and as a demonstration of our care for the most vulnerable among us, has built houses for the poor in just about every parish across Jamaica. We have also repaired several infirmaries, drop-in centers, and built a transitional center to bring dignity to people in need of our care. While the PNP dumped the people, we have taken them, scores of them, from our streets since 2016. Labour Party is actively securing the interest of poor people in Jamaica, and there is much, much more to come. In attending to public sanitation and cleanliness, we have significantly increased the number of reliable garbage trucks in the National Solid Waste Management Authority's fleet. When we took office in 2016, we only had 60 reliable trucks. And to date, we have acquired over 160 trucks, new trucks. This government cares, and we are actively serving your interests. We have repaired and built fire stations and bought new fire trucks to ensure that the Jamaica Fire Brigade is in better hands and is better able to serve you. While we work under the leadership of Prime Minister Andrew Holness and Water Boss Matthew Samuda, to bring more reliable and sustainable pipe water to your homes. The JLP government, through the Ministry of Local Government, has established over 50 water shops in communities across Jamaica. In other instances, we have deployed water trucks to mitigate the impact of drought conditions. Now let me speak to my people of Western Jamaica. The people of Western Jamaica have benefited from many jobs that have been created since the JLP government took office in 2016, especially in the BPO sector and the tourism and construction industries. Under the JLP government, we have seen the expansion of the Donald Sangsters International Airport in Montego Bay, including the runway. Under the JLP government, Harmony Beach Park has been developed. Under the JLP government, the Montego Bay Perimeter Road project was conceptualized and is being developed to ease traffic problems. We know traffic is an issue, and we have taken active steps to fix it. Based on the vision and foresight of the JLP government, a new international airport for Negril is being proposed to ease traffic congestion and expand access into Negril, ensuring greater efficiency and convenience for Negril-bound visitors from abroad. So labor rights, this is not a circus. This is not a stage show. This is conference.
Grab your neighbor, vote for Labour. Tell your neighbor to vote for Labour.
This is the platform where we present plans to prosper you, plans to give you hope and a future. Your party and government remain active in addressing your concerns. The Jamaica Labour Party that you support has the stronger leader. We have the stronger team. We have the stronger plans for Jamaica's development. And last but not least, the Jamaica Labour Party has the stronger track record of performance. Show our labor rights.
Who you voting for? Labour. Who you voting for? Labour. Who you voting for? Labour. Who you voting for? Vote for the Labour Party. Hold on, we must save our country.
Jamaica Labour Party.
Who you voting for? Labour. Who you?
All right, so just getting some more messages there from the mayor of Montego Bay. All right, so in the context of what is happening from his perspective under the Jamaica Labour Party administration, let's just go back to hear from Desmond McKenzie.
Big welcome for members of the Diplomatic Corps. And a special welcome to the Maroons of a compound. They are here in their numbers, led by former Colonel Theron Williams. Give the Maroons respect is due. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been advised by the police and the Jamaica Fire Brigade that there is no room available in the arena.
We are gonna take it to them. We are gonna take it to them.
Get up and make them see you. Labor rights in our thousands.
We are gonna take it to them. We are gonna take it to them.
All right, so we now have confirmation that the arena is packed to capacity. There's still persons there on the outside, so I guess you can say that Labour Party come down. All right, so let's just go back to get a sense of what is happening there.
It's under gridlock traffic, left, right, and center. Everybody come to the arena.
Labour Party a big up Jamaica. We ever want to Jamaica. We not gonna let Jamaica. Cause we love the Jamaica. And to a big up Jamaica. We ever want to.
And so we continue actively and strong. Let's welcome the first female to hold the position of a Minister of State in the Ministry of National Security. Former Olympian Member of Parliament for West Rural St. Andrew. Let's welcome Juliet Cuthbert Finn.
Right now, Juliet not have no worries. She a lead on everything, yes. And she a win everything.
Alright,
now, Juliet not have no problem.
If you're tuned in West Rural, it's over to Juliet here. All right, welcome one, welcome all. So happy to have you here. And just to let you know that the Maroons, they're there at the National Arena.
I couldn't wait for this day, and I'm so happy that we're all here in the National Arena. Laborites, I bring you greetings from the cool, beautiful green hills of St. Andrew, West Rural. Laborites, I can say to you today that there is no doubt in my mind that this Prime Minister Andrew Holness is strong, is active, and advancing the interests of the masses, including the poor in Jamaica. Laborites, my fellow Jamaicans watching, I stand before you today as a proud member of the governing party, the Jamaica Labour Party, with Andrew Holness as leader. I take pride in the fact that this government has an impressive track record carrying policies which have implemented to make your lives better.
JLP cares for Jamaica. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
It is this government, Laborite, that has gone 8 consecutive years of no new taxes. This, of course, is compared to billions of dollars heaped on the backs of the Jamaican people by the wicked PMP administration. We have to say no to the wicked PMP policies. This government, with Prime Minister Andrew Holness, has gone even further. We have put money back into the pockets of Jamaicans because we understand that now we have a stable economy, the people must benefit. And that is why we cut income tax and we have given back 250,000 Jamaicans back $20,000 each. I am proud to be a part of this administration that was wise enough to make more than double the minimum wage. And we did that because our party understands that good government is about putting in place the policies to make your lives better and easier. We did that, Laborites, because it is our conviction that helpers like my mother, janitors, the cooks, the groundsmen, the people who work on the garbage trucks, the security guards deserve to step up in a life.
There's no life when you step up in a life. There's no office when we happy and rejoice. No, there's no life when you
Laborites, even as we acknowledge that there is much more work to be done, and we commit that we will get it done because this government is working, we can be proud that this Jamaica Labour Party government has increased the pensions to our senior citizens. We have spent over $1 billion on the PATH program to improve the lives of poor people, built the most houses in a single term that any other administration has ever done in the history of Jamaica. We have given away many hundreds of houses to the poor. These labor rights are among the reasons why we ask you to say yes to this government of the Jamaica Labour Party and Andrew Holness. Labor rights and my fellow Jamaicans, our track record leaves no doubt that this government of Prime Minister Andrew Holness is strong and is active in putting in place the policies which advance the interests of the masses, including the poor people in Jamaica. And to our Jamaican brothers and sisters who require more assistance, I say to them, I know that our government and our Prime Minister will respond and do more to improve your lives. Labor rights. This country will likely in the coming months face a serious choice. It's going to be Andrew Holness or Marky British. In the Jamaica Labour Party, we have a strong leader who has come from very humble beginnings and has stayed humble and committed to working to improve the lives of the Jamaican people. Our leader, Labour Rights, has a strong track record of actively putting in place the policies which ensure socio-economic development. It is under the watch of Andrew Holness that we have navigated some of the most serious crises that we've ever faced in Jamaica, including the COVID-19 pandemic. We were able to keep our country stable, and we were able to hand out thousands of care packages under this administration during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Jamaica Labour Party, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, is a visionary. He gave us Jamaicans the opportunity. Now think about this. How many regular Jamaicans knew about the stock market? But it was this leader gave the opportunity to buy stocks in Trans Jamaica, and many Jamaicans who have never bought stocks before bought into this company. Yes, our Prime Minister is for the ordinary man because he understands what it means by building from nothing to something. Our leader believes in the people. The most honorable Andrew Holness, he is not a boastful man. He is not a disrespectful man. He is simply a man from Spanish Town who committed to serving the people of Jamaica to make their lives better.
Andrew Holness are the best man to run the country and keep the people on down and country.
Labor rights. Our leader is strong. Our leader is active. Our leader is about serving your interests. But there's another man called Marky British, and he is a man who believes in holding chains around the neck of black people. And I miss so, him take picture, a whole chain around my neck, the rest of my neck. We have to say no to Marky British because he's a man who love to show off, him love to boast, and say him done rich already. We don't need a man like that. We have to say no to the man that is leading the PNP who love to style black people and call them little boy and little lady. We have to say no to the man who tell us out of his own mouth that him want to run Jamaica with himself and him Tapanaris friend them. We have to say no to the PMP Tapanaris man and him friend Peter Bunting, who's really the leader. Because they are the same ones who had a company years ago that benefited from the wicked PMP policies, and they made millions off the backs of the Jamaican people. Some of them suffered brutally. They even committed suicide, and we have to say no to them. We have to say no to the PMP Tapanaris men whose company was investigated for anti-corruption. We have to say no to them because we know that we have the better leader. My fellow Jamaicans, it is very clear that we have to say no to Marky British and yes to our God-blessed Prime Minister Andrew Michael Holness. Show a Labour right.
Usually we indecisive, but this time bro gotta win and we sure.
All right, so just Juliet there sharing the MP for West Rural St. Andrew, pretty much highlighting, you know, some of the key messages that we have heard so far in the context of no new taxes, giving back that $20,000, increase in minimum wage, you know, in general policies to make lives better for and easier for Jamaicans, you know, increasing pension and improving the PART program, building the most houses in a single term, all right, and also giving houses to persons in need. All right, and just some more in terms of the buying stocks opportunities to make that happen. And in the end there, you know, asking, imploring voters, Jamaicans, not to give Mark Golding the opportunity to run Jamaica based on various reasons. So in the chat there, I can see IT there. Keeping the chat going there and sharing. Let us know your views on the messages so far. All right, would love to hear from you. And in terms of, you know, what would you like for you know, from the JLP, or what would you have liked to see from the JLP? And, you know, is it that, you know, time has come? Let us know in the chat. Would love to hear from you. Let's continue to keep it real and respectful. All right. And again, you know, hit the like button, hit the subscription button, and come on in the chat, man. Voices in Education is a safe space, all right, where we share and learn from each other. So we do not bash anyone, we don't belittle anyone, we don't disrespect anyone. We understand that we share different views, and that's totally okay. We just keep it real and respectful, so no defaming. All right, so let's just try to get a sense of what is happening there at the national arena.
It's so easy.
It makes it easier.
All right, so a performance here. All right, so just to let you know, that's what's happening there right now. All right, so welcome one, welcome all. Let me just take a quick look into the chat here. And let us know where you're tuned in from, guys. Would really appreciate, you know, you sharing. And welcome, Mats Morgan. Thanks for liking. All right, really appreciate the like and the support. All right, thanks for being here. Roll call. Who is here? Let us know where you're tuned in from. All right, welcome one, welcome all. And, you know, just to share one of the key messages in terms of, let me tell you the name of that young lady who shared earlier. All right. She's the JLP Youth Ambassador, Leon Lynn Lane. All right. She was saying along the lines that me did have to be a Labourite in terms of sharing some key points. I felt that, you know, a very effective strategy there in the context of just, you know, persons there sharing key messages. And so I guess once we're here and just listening to the different speakers, we'll get a sense of similar messages being shared. And I feel that that's a good strategy in terms of echoing some of the big key messages for, you know, the supporters to leave with in that context. And, you know, it's going to get, you know, I guess bigger and better, and I guess more in terms of when the party leader arrives. All right, Matt Morgan is sharing their good messages from Miss Flynn. So that's the MP there, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. All right, welcome one, welcome all. So happy to have you guys here with us. And we're trying to ensure that, you know, you're here with us. All right, I don't know if my co-host is going to join in with us, so that in a little bit, hopefully, we'll get to hear, all right, in terms of some of those messages, or just to get some company on this side. But guys, we really appreciate you being here. And as we build, we welcome your views. Just keep it real and respectful in the chat. Really appreciate the support. And, you know, you don't have to be a Labourite or a PNP, as long as you're a Jamaican or just someone, you know, who is still, all right, in that context. And I get what you're saying there, IT, but also repetition is good, depending on the effect, you know, that you want to have. It's very good. It's something that is emphasizing, you know, certain things. And what they're saying, those are some really top things, really. And in terms of no new taxes, you know, that's a big thing. So we're going to get that. But let's just go back over to the national arena.
Let's welcome one of the youngest ministers of agriculture and one of the finest ministers of agriculture. Let's welcome Member of Parliament for Southwest St. Elizabeth, Floyd.
All right, so Floyd Green here. I was wondering if he was going to bust a dance, but seems like he means business now. But let's hear what, you know, Floyd has to share here.
Growing up in the 1990s and the early 2000s, I used to feel like my country was at a standstill. I used to look across the world, look across the region, and see other countries moving forward, and our beloved Jamaica feeling like it was moving backwards.
When I look at where I'm coming from, I know I'm blessed, and I close my eyes and smile sometimes.
As I grew older, I realized there was no problem with Jamaica. There was no problem with the people of Jamaica. There was no problem with our natural resources. The problem that Jamaica has had for years is a problem with leadership of this country. We had leaders who could identify the problem, but they couldn't give you a solution. We had leaders who were willing to put the interests of their political party ahead of the interests of Jamaica. We had leaders who talk a good talk, but they had no action to back it up. That is the difference between then and what we have now. Whether you like the Labour Party or not, whether you like the leader or not, whether you're young or you're old, whether you come from country or town, Jamaica is moving forward under the Jamaica Labour Party.
Acres over markets, a brother that they don't want it. Tell them to play with me, a future with profit. Hey.
In every area, Jamaica is moving forward. Whether it is healthcare, whether it is social programs. Let me tell you about infrastructure. I'll tell you that secret. My people, them, we normally get ready early, 6 o'clock. We do pick up 6:30. We head out of country. And normally when we reach arena for conference, we can't get in because it used to take we all 3 hours. This morning, we get up 6, we get on the bus 6:30. Some of my people, we just come, we skate on the toll, and we in here right now because infrastructure is better under Labour.
If a party marching on to victory.
I have a lot to say, hold on. I hear them call them conference and them talk about farm roads. I hear them talk about what they're going to do for farm roads. But I found it a little strange. Because if you're going to say what you're going to do, I think you would start by telling us what have you done when you had the chance for farm roads.
I'm a special delegation to all farmer, whether you live a sentence or in a Nova. Cause this is Mr. Cat the Beer Bob Rider.
So I checked what they did when they had the chance. In 2013, they did less than 10 farm roads. In 2014, they did less than 10 farm roads. In 2015, they did less than 10 farm roads. In the 4 years, they did less than 50 farm roads. Let me tell you a secret. Your government, in 2022, we did 71 farm roads. In 2023, we did over 70 farm roads. This year, over 70 farm roads.
Jamaica, them can't hold me again. Can't hold me again. But mine can't hold me again.
In 3 years, your government has done over 200 farm roads. But listen, me don't want you to take my word for it. Me don't want you to take my word for it. Me want to listen to the chant slowly, telling you what this mean. If them can cue me video, I don't want you to take my word. In number, in Craig it up, in Bailey Ground, play with video if you have it. And if you don't have it, don't worry, we keep moving. This is just one area. Farm road is just one area. I want you to look at land ownership. They love get on their platform and talk about they are going to provide people with land and titles. They launched a program decades ago, so they're going to give 200,000 titles to Jamaicans. I checked the history. Let me tell you what they did. In 2013, in that year, they produced 841 titles. In 2014, they produced 901 titles. In 2015, they produced 947 titles. In their 4 years, they did less than 3,000 titles. Labour rights, Jamaicans, let me tell you something. This government in 2022 produced 6,000 titles. Since the systematic land titling program, we have done over 10,000 titles, putting titles in the hand of our people.
Them no inna my leg, no inna my leg. Them I put a little bit of money and carry somewhere. And I say
these things because these things don't just, these things is not Labour rights or PMP. These things benefit Jamaicans. Everybody, when we go Tycla, Flaggerman, Burnsav, Prospect, Kitson Town, Wakefield, PMP, Labour right, no P get title. The Jamaica Labour Party is about lifting everybody up. We are moving forward under Labour.
Beat and teach, beat and teach, beat and
I have a couple, so let me move quickly. People never used to come and talk about fisheries. Like people used to forget the fishermen them. The truth is, the last time something happened for fishermen was when the Labour Party was in government between 2007 and 2011, when we introduced the fish sanctuaries. Let me tell you, since we have been there now, we have done our first development program for fishers in 20 years. Right now, we have distributed 18 boat engines to fishers across Padgy, over in Portland as well, over in St. Anne. Fishermen have boat, fishermen have engine, fishermen can go at sea, but do what them love. We are moving forward. I don't have enough time, but if it's I say anything they want with agriculture, ask me and I will tell you. If it's irrigation, this government has invested the most, over $10 billion. I hear them talk about storage. When them I say farmers have storage, ask them which storage them did build. Tell them to show you which storage them did build. Because I can tell you right now we are building storage in Downs. We are building storage in Parnassus. We are doing storage in Kirkvine. We are doing storage all over Jamaica so that farmers, when you have your produce, it don't go to waste. You don't have a low price. You can store it, sell it, and make maximum return on your investment. We are moving forward with the Labour Party. And as I close, what it is clear that the other side, they want to take us back to a talk shop business. I hear the man who call himself opposition spokesman come on TV and him outline every problem, and the host say, what is your solution? The man say, it's a secret, we can't tell you yet. What type of backward leadership is that they want to do? We're going to end with this shot. Hold the video. So, let me close. Listen, I understand the frustration. A lot of us feel like the issues should have already been dealt with. Whether it be water challenges, whether it be road. But I say to you, do not throw away the baby with the bathwater. We have come too far for us to turn back. We have worked too hard for us to go back. Andrew Holness has done too much for this country for us to make it go to waste on the other side. JLP, oh JLP, JLP. So we will not switch out our representatives for some people that now through them run election, they start calling to people. We will not switch out our representatives who come from our areas for people who are being imposters. We will not switch the vision of Andrew Holness for the other man. When them say switch Bogard for Marky G, me say no say so, man. No say so. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Labour rights, I love it though. It look like them find the video. Thank you, Labour rights. When you leave this meeting, when you're going out in the streets, when them say what we're going to do, tell them forward ever, backward, forward ever, forward ever. What we do on that day is to vote.
All right, so Floyd Green there, very strong and sounding very passionate as he shares, you know, from his portfolio some of the things that have been done in the context of his administration there. And so what are your views? Have you seen any of these things in your community? So he was talking there that the problem is with leadership, because oftentimes, as he shared in the past, leaders are without action. So the difference between then and now is that, you know, the leader is a leader of action. But let's just go back here because I'm seeing Juliet Olness.
Yes, so prosperity start.
For all the diamonds and the money and
all right. Showers of blessings, Bustamante Labour rights. Showers of blessings, Donald Sangster, Hugh Shearer, Edward Siaga, Bruce Golding Labour rights. And you know, showers of blessings, Andrew Holness, Labour rights.
Shout, 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 shout. JLP.
I can't hear the Brogard Labour rights them. Showers of blessings. I bring you greetings from my constituency, the great East Rural St. Andrew. Yes, from the mountains to the sea, massive place. I'll tell you, you know that I'm always bigging up the man them. However, today, my job is to remind you that the Jamaica Labour Party has a strong track record of actively supporting and empowering our women. Labour rights, a long time we are do it. From about 1948, when Madame Rose Leon became the first female to be the chairperson, at the time it was chairman, the chairwoman of a national political movement. Yes, labor rights, from them time there, we promote women. Fast forward to about 2020, general election. I remember our party, yes, our party, we fielded the most female candidates in the history of Jamaica. Yes. People may wonder why we did it. It is because we empower women. It is because we know that women are key to the role that we play in developing and maintaining the stability in any society. Labor rights, it is no coincidence that the Jamaica Labour Party currently has the most parliamentarians that have ever served in the history of Jamaica between the upper and the lower houses of parliament. And labor rights, we can tell us I'm a proud boss, because every time I go to represent Jamaica and other countries talk about how they promote women, very often they talk about quota. They have to insist a certain amount of women have to represent the country. But you don't have to do that for Labour Party, because we promote women in politics.
Me no depend on nobody because me have me money. Can't tell me how to spend it because I feel me money. No depend on nobody because me have me money. Can't tell me how to spend it.
Yes, labor rights. We promote women because we care about women. We support our mothers' labor rights. We support our women in business labor rights. We support our girls so that they are educated labor rights. We support our farming women labor rights. Once you're a woman, this Labour Party cares and show care for you. Labor rights, if you want more evidence that the Jamaica Labour Party is about promoting women and that we believe in the philosophy, and that guess what? When I pretend to support women, labor rights, just the other day, under the Jamaica Labour Party, we had the first female finance minister in the history of Jamaica.
Who won the world, girls? Who won the world, girls? Who won the world, girls? Who won the world?
Labour rights, we have been consistent. From 2016, my heart bust. Where is Kamina Johnson-Smith, appointed Jamaica's first female foreign affairs and trade minister? And may I tell you, she set history with our performance.
Who won the world, girls? Who won the world, girls? Who won the world, girls? Who won the world, girls?
Yes, we believe in promoting women because we care for our women. Conference, as we gather here today and we're talking about women, I want our young women out there right across Jamaica who are watching and who are listening to this conference to appreciate that we are deliberate in our programs, in our behavior, in our attitude, in taking care of and supporting our women. I say to our young women all across Jamaica, every single one of them, you must aspire to the opportunity for social and economic mobility. You want guess what? Step up in a life. You must aspire for self-actualization. What that means? Anything you want to be. Party is the party that genuinely and truly builds women. See me up. Women, we promote them, we support them, we protect them. We don't just talk about it, we actively do it. And our men are not at all intimidated by strong women. Labour Party, it is also a fact that our administration was responsible for recommending for appointment our first female Court of Appeal judge. I will leave it right there, so. I felt good when I saw our first female head of the army. You know how wonderful it is to know that the Jamaica Labour Party is moving Jamaica forward, so that first world countries actually want to emulate us. My Jamaican family, there is no doubt at all that the Jamaica Labour Party is the party of choice for women. We have strongly and actively taken steps to protect our women. Where is Babsy? Where is Babsy? Stand up, Babsy. Olivia, Babsy Grange. One of our Jamaican Labour Party's stalwart woman, yes, she responded to domestic abuse by what was called at the time, a nice word, intimate partner violence. She established the first domestic violence victim centers right across Jamaica to protect and to sustain. And guess what? When I visited, I kept wondering, how comes they didn't have any addresses? How comes nobody knew where to find them? And I realized my minister made sure that these facilities no one could find, because it was to protect our women. We as a party have moved to establish a center of teenage mothers. Under the leadership of said Olivia Babsy Grange, our minister, the Sexual Harassment Act was passed, and we are currently reviewing the Domestic Violence Act. We also established a 24-hour hotline for victims of domestic violence. Conference, I want to especially big up Babsy Grange for the work she has done, because I have seen the impact that it has had on our young girls. I have seen the impact that it has had on our mothers. I have seen the impact it has had on the women of Jamaica. Keep doing your great work. You are the undisputed champion of the women in Jamaica. Labour Party, we respect women. Our party respects women. That is why we increased the maternity leave. It used to be 40 days. Now, 60 days paid leave labor rights. We allow women the chance to go home and recuperate with their children during pregnancy. And it is a joy for them to have 20 more days with pay of motherhood. Look here, labor rights. I could have gone on and on and on, but Desmond soon comes up. Because in nothing we do labor rights, we promote, we demonstrate, we show our respect to our women. And if I listed them, I can tell you, I could have taken up all the time. Broga time, Desmond time, every time. So in closing labor rights, I want you to do something special for me. We don't talk enough. Don't leave it to the ministers. Don't leave it to the MPs. Don't leave it to the councillors. Every single labor right out there, go out and remind every Jamaican about the work of this Jamaica Labour Party. I can call the examples. I know one of my women in Bull Bay who today enjoy and pick out a young lady now completing her studies to be a medical doctor, and she says, oh God, thanks to the Jamaica Labour Party government. This Jamaica Labour Party understands that our women are key to our families, our communities, our society, and ultimately Jamaica. Labour rights, we not stop promote women. We not stop big them up. We not stop train them. Labour rights, big up women every time. Showers of blessings.
All right, so Juliet Holness there pretty much sharing in the context of what the JLP administration is doing in terms of supporting and empowering women. All right, and she shared in the context of, fielding the party fielding the most female candidates in the history of Jamaica, first female finance minister in the history of Jamaica. All right, spoke about, Kamina Johnson Smith in the context of being the first female foreign affairs and trade minister. All right, first, their administration was key in terms of the first female Court of Appeal, first female justice of the Court of Appeal or head of the Court of Appeal there, my apologies. All right, also the first female head of the JDF, and outline some of the work of Olivia Babs-de Grange in terms of some what she has been doing in terms of protecting and supporting women who have experienced domestic violence or abuse, and also just in general in terms of the maternity leave moving from 40 to 60 days paid leave. And at this point, I just want to say big up to the Right Honorable Portia Simpson Miller, the first female Prime Minister of Jamaica. Let's go over to Kamina now, who is putting on a show there.
Yes, so prosperity start.
By the way, a big dance sign of Kamina Johnson Smith, and thanks guys for keeping the track going. Alright, so Agro Valley, welcome. Alright, I see you there. Okay, IT, alright, IT. Alright, and
Labour Party active and
let
strong.
me see here, Max Morgan.
I want to greet our Jamaican family at home and abroad, listening and watching online as well. Love you, and we know you feel the good vibes even from far. Conference, I want you to do something for me. Conference, I want you to big up the ambassadors and the high commissioners that are here with us today. They represent our international partners, and they are fully active working with this government as we seek to deliver more for you and every Jamaican. But my Jamaican family, when we look around this world, when we take a serious look, we see a world that has all kind of war and conflict and climate change and natural disasters. And we see cost of living rising up on everybody all over the world. The good news is that Jamaica You have a caring government. You have a government that has worked smart and that has worked hard to make sure that we come through the pandemic and we come through natural disaster and all manner of other challenges, and better than many other countries in the world. And we are committed to working through remaining challenges with your support. And that is why I am so proud and so honored to represent and serve the best country in the world, in the best performing cabinet in the world, and under Jamaica's best Prime Minister ever, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness.
Andrew Holness, Mr. Them can't hold you. They are the top, you want win it. Feel much stronger. Yeah, we just bring it JLP straight to the top.
All right, so Kamina there, sharing so far, and I see your comments, guys. Keep them coming, keep them real and
high unemployment. Nowadays, Jamaica is a model on the international stage, and it is under the strong and active leadership of Prime Minister Andrew Holness that them really know say we little, but we talawa.
Oh, sweet Jamaica, tell us Jamaica, let me see your hand. Raise it to the sky, let me see your hand.
Jamaica, the job that the Prime Minister has given me is to make sure that this government's international policies work for you and for every Jamaican. And today I am here to assure you that I am on that job every day. Family, it's very important to have friends and partners in the international community. And it is even better when they trust you and your government the way they trust this Andrew Holness-led administration. Our partners see and know that this government has a real vision for this country and the world, and we always keep people at heart. They know we use their support with integrity and to improve the lives of Jamaicans, and so they continue to demonstrate their trust. So when the war put the whole world in a trouble and nobody could find fertilizer, this government was still able to get thousands of bags of fertilizer to our farmers, working with Minister Green. And when the pandemic locked down the whole world, this government was still able to secure medicine and equipment to save lives, working with Dr. Tufton. And after Beryl, this government provided building grants and material so people could put their lives back together again, working with Minister Charles Jr. These good works were all supported with foreign affairs partnerships under the Jamaica Labour Party. Partnerships are fully active, fully strong.
You know, sister, when you create, we just like the ocean, yeah. When you're there, better than your son, know the explosion, and we make it come.
Longer term, my family, our friends are working with us because they believe in the vision of this Andrew Holness-led administration. And let me give you one example. Our friends see that we are investing more money in national security than ever before, and that under Minister Horace Chang, our plans and strategies are working to bring crime down across the country. So they say, all right, since you're a serious government, since you know what you're doing, we're going to give you our strength. And they're supporting us now with more equipment, more vehicles, more training, and more funding to help us do more for you. Family, this government is using every lawful tool available to bring crime down, to make Jamaica safer for everyone. And that includes our international partners. So yes, family, under the Jamaica Labour Party, partnerships and long-term support is fully active. So all them a talk, you must know the facts. My Jamaican friends and family, Jamaica is an international inspiration. They keep asking our Prime Minister, how you do it? How you pay down the debt? How you manage to create so much programs for young people? How you raise minimum wage so much? How you raise public sector wages so much when other countries are cutting public sector jobs? All over, our Prime Minister is well respected and is asked to share what we have done here. And I want to just tell you two issues, because I want you to have the facts and I want you to draw for your pen and your paper. Because the Secretary General of the United Nations and other world leaders have asked our Prime Minister to lead on climate change, on climate financing, on financing for COVID, on financing for development, on future generations, on SDGs, on oceans, you name it. Our Prime Minister can show what we have done. And I want to remind you that he is the only Jamaican Prime Minister, in fact, the only one in the Caribbean who has been invited to attend the summits of the G20, the G7, and the BRICS. So all them are talk. No matter how much misinformation and lies the PNP wants to tell, Prime Minister Holness and this Labour Party administration are well-trusted and valued partners across the world. Yes, family, trust and value under the Labour Party is fully active. My family, you know I big up our diaspora every time. And this government is delivering real partnerships and creating real value with Jamaicans overseas. We created a new global council and a global youth council with Minister Terry Long, pulling people together. And you know, we started a program where everybody can sponsor a health clinic in a community in Jamaica. 70% of the sponsors are from the diaspora. So while the PNP is busy trying to divide the diaspora and to bring down Jamaica in the eyes of people in foreign, this government is pulling people together to work for the benefit of Jamaica. And they are with us because they know our heart is clean. Yes, Jamaica, our diaspora partnerships are fully clean and fully strong.
If you know your heart clean like a whistle, heart clean.
Yes, Labourites and our wider Jamaican family watching and listening. Jamaica really cannot afford to go back to the reckless, irresponsible management under the PNP. The shelling down and enough talking and the chest beating that gets nothing done. So we need you to listen to the facts. We need you to share them with your neighbor. We need you to tell them why and tell them that you are voting Labour. So listen good. What Jamaica is better off with the Jamaica Labour Party. We deliver more international partnerships, more local partnerships, more jobs, more house, more training, more technology, more crime fighting, more buses, more roads, more water, more pay, more pension, better care, better social services. This Jamaica Labour Party government is active and strong and building a better Jamaica. So with your support, we will deliver more in the third term. Show our labor rights. Bless my Jamaica family. And may God continue to bless Jamaica, land we love.
Me love Jamaica, me not sell out. Them try clip the wings, somehow we can't fly out. But
Big up if you love Jamaica, you're not sell out. Welcome one, welcome all. So that was Camilla Johnson-Smith. All right, Minister of Foreign Trade and Foreign Affairs, sharing there in terms of her portfolio, in terms of partnerships and representing Jamaica on the international stage, in terms of policies working for Jamaica based on what she was sharing there, in terms of how, you know, on the international stage, they responded to, you know, events such as the pandemic. And in essence, you know, Kamina is saying that we cannot go back and, you know, you should listen to the facts and give the JLP another term. Let us know in the chat what are your views here, and let us just hear from Kerencia here. Let's just go.
2024 as the Member of Parliament from Northeastern St. Catherine. Laborites, we as a government stand on a strong record of performance. Ours is a record that boasts one of the greatest access for our young people through skills training, employment, and opportunities. This government, led by our party leader, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, made one of the greatest investments in youth development, labor rights. When we talk about the heart program. We are talking about empowering young people. We are talking about enabling young people to live their best lives, to reach and achieve labor rights. For those who don't know or claim not to know, or those who may want to distort the truth, it is this government that is making skills training affordable and accessible for all Jamaicans. When we removed the enrollment fees at heart, thereby providing skills training free of cost. And we can include the additional meal and subsidy. And they want to deceive us by leading us to believe, telling our young people that nothing go on. In addition to heart training, this government has instituted the LIFT program, where hundreds of students benefit from $85,000 per month in subsidy. This government instituted the Sixth Form Pathway program, which enables students to complete a robust secondary school experience. This JLP-led administration achieved another milestone when we removed the cumbersome requirement of a guarantor for student loan so that poor people can access higher education. Labor rights. In recognition and support for the numerous students who are achieving excellence, we are proud to showcase the JLP scholarship, the STEM scholarship, the Garvey scholarship, bursaries through the Ministry of Education and the CDF. And on that note, when we talk about the CDF, it was so heartening when one of the recipients said to me, Member of Parliament, you don't know what this assistance means to me. This has created a bridge connecting me to my career, and that's what this Jamaica Labour Party does. We connect people to their dreams and to their aspirations. Labor rights. So then tell us say nothing now go on, while them quietly go back at you and sign up and take away benefit them. Labor rights. When it comes to youths, the other party is all talk. Cap at them. Labor rights. Labor rights. Labor rights. This party, we not in the cappings, and that is why youth unemployment has fallen from approximately 24% when we took office in 2016 to 14% today. Labor rights, fully active conference. Unemployment overall is an unprecedented 4.2%. This is a government that is also inclusive of youths in the national agenda. And we can say, when we consider all that the Labour Party has achieved, we can say to the other side, do this and beat way. Put us to the test. Match both political parties on governance and achievements. Them coulda never. And we can say to them, we are not going to allow you to clone Jamaica. If they want somebody to clone, or if they want to play clone, we heard that the Suarez brothers are now in Jamaica. So we encourage them to go and sign up and leave governance to a serious and fully active Jamaica Labour Party. Labor rights. They had the opportunity to move Jamaica forward. And what did they do? What did they give to us? One piece of pasta.
JLP cares for Jamaica. Come on. Yeah.
So labor rights, we can say to them, we are not the same. This government had the discipline and the courage to stay the course where today investors are banging on our doors. Labor rights. In closing, we can proudly say that this administration is moving forward. The other party is a destructive force. Ask the victims of FinSac whose lives they ruined by this evil and diabolical scheme. But Senator Aubin Hill, where FinSac destroyed many lives, this government is building lives. Them broke we down, but we build the lives of people. Labor rights, the Jamaica Labour Party, our government is a force for good. We align people with their purpose, and that is why we can say we will continue to go forward into the third term. And we are proud to say JLP ever, PMP never. We have been tried, tested, and proven, and we can confidently go back to the people on a strong record of performance. I close with Isaiah 59 verses 19. When the enemy comes in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord shall lift up a standard against them. The work that we have done as a party is a standard against the People's National Party. We have put in the work. We are backed by the proud legacy of Sir Alexander Bustamante, Hugh Lawson Shearer, Edward Philip George Siaga, Bruce Golding, and our party leader and Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness. Labor rights! Wherever you are in the world, take up your bell, rise your bell, ring your bell, labor rights. We have the stronger party, the stronger team, the stronger leader, the stronger performance. Shower labor rights.
All right, so Carencia there, in terms of sharing some points that we have heard before, but again, I guess it's a strategy to ensure that as a supporter, you're leaving with something. So skills training, employment opportunities in terms of the youth, all right. And so those are some of the things that we hear. And again, the message that, you need to keep the JLP in power. I see the chat is going there. And right now, let me just take a quick look in the chat. Agra Valley Farm. I like the comment regarding decolonization. Decolonization is definitely important. And it's a process. It's not something that we can fix in a day. As well, sometimes I hear when we're talking about decolonization, just getting rid of the monarchy. That's just very symbolic. It's a process. Noel McKay, welcome. All right, Mats Morgan, I see you there as well. So guys, thanks so much for being here. Let's continue to keep it real and respectful as we try our best to get some key messages. And, let us know your views so far. Will you be giving the JLP another term, or is it a case where time come? Darrell Vaz, and we're going to just go right now. All right, so we're just waiting for Darrell Vaz there, and he's going to perhaps come with something. So let's just hear from Mr. Vaz here.
Yes,
all right,
prosperity start.
Here.
Labor rights.
Right. Ready for us? All right, here we go.
Let me hear you again. I stand here as a proud Jamaican and a proud member of the Jamaica Labour Party to deliver a very clear and concise message to conference and all Jamaica. As my wife said in 2019, action and beautiful speaking can run government. Beautiful speaking can't run government. Beautiful speaking and propaganda can't run government. This government has consistently delivered for the people of Jamaica, for the poor and vulnerable, the indigent, the less fortunate, for the elderly and for the overtaxed. We have consistently shown that the Jamaica Labour Party is a party of plans and not propaganda and misinformation. The only focus for me here today is the business of the people of Jamaica. And I can tell you today, the Jamaica Party looks active.
Dirty mind want see me drop dead. Iniquity want see me drop dead. Them no like me no like them. Who be walk left of your children?
Our party has been in government since 2016. And what is undeniable and unchallengeable is that this government is taking less from the people and giving more with no new taxes. Performance over propaganda every time. We reduce GCT, increase the income tax threshold twice, abolish enough taxes that the PNP put on. Again, I say performance over propaganda every time. This government lowered bus fares, increased the customs duty limits by 100% for Jamaicans returning home from overseas travel. Performance over propaganda every time. We are taxing you less. No new taxes on the back of Jamaican people in 9 years. This is unprecedented and has never happened under any previous PNP government. Performance over propaganda every time. We are purchasing more buses than ever before. We did 70 in 2023. We purchased 100 earlier this year. And we have another 100 coming by July next year to ease the burden of the commuters. We have a school bus, rural school bus, for all of these kids and children who are walking miles and miles and miles to get transportation to go to school and come home. I am sure the PM will speak more to that. Not to mention the $500 million that we have spent to buy more fire trucks, fire boats for your safety. We have spent $8 billion to provide more police cars. We have repaired more police stations than any other government in the history of Jamaica. The JLP government has been doing more and more, but we are taxing you less and less. Performance over propaganda and bad mind. Burn bad mind. The Jamaica Labour Party and all Jamaica knows one thing about Darrell Bars. Me no frighten easy.
We no frighten so easy.
Me no frighten easy.
All when you go
But what I can say to you today, the thought of the return of a PNP government make me tremble, because they have no clue as to what to do, and they will overturn all the good that we have done in 2 years maximum. Performance over propaganda every time. Burn out bad mind. Less than 1 year to a general election, and the opposition in the 8 years has not defined one policy. They have not said that we are doing something wrong and they have a better alternative. Because we have the right policies, all they do is propaganda and misinformation. Performance over propaganda. Burn out bad mind every time. The bad mind PNP plans to burn you with more taxes as they did before. And you know what they did to this economy between the 18 years and the 4 years that they served in recent times. Just compare the track record of this government and any PNP government. 8 years of no new taxes, performance over propaganda, burn out bad mind. My ministry has given over 10,000 laptops and devices to thousands of students and teachers in collaboration with the Ministry of Education. Billions of dollars on new road infrastructure, the largest in Jamaica's history, allocated to path. We have also seen the improvement in so many other infrastructure and social services. So, conference and Jamaica watching, the question that we want to ask is very simple. Who is better to continue the work to make the people's lives better? One person, Andrew Michael Holness and his cabinet. I want to ask you a question. The PNP signed the JPS agreement in 2016 before they leave office. And when Beryl strike, Beryl never asked who is PNP and who is Labour and which roof will blow off. And this minister and this government stand up to JPS and make sure that the people are protected and will forever be protected.
JLP cares for Jamaica. Come on, come on, come on, come on, yeah.
Yet still them say, they love the poor and they love the people. Beautiful speaking can't run government. They have said nothing to you or to Jamaica as to what they would do differently. All they do is tear down Andrew Michael Holness, tear down Darrell Vaz, tear down everybody in Labour Party. But I have one thing to tell them and one thing to tell you. This is a message to my Prime Minister. Take your inspiration and your strength from me, because what they have tried to do to me in politics is unprecedented, and I stand here today stronger than ever.
I'm on the rush them like a pit bull. Mix with the rats, tap them like a rat.
I see the chairman, but I want to ask for 2 more minutes. I want to ask my cabinet colleagues to stand. All of my cabinet colleagues to stand. And I want to ask Conference and Jamaica, look at the shadow cabinet and look at this cabinet and tell me which one is more competent to lead Jamaica after 2025. I want to ask my colleague members of parliament, all of them to stand up. Again, I want you to look at the candidates that the PNP are fielding and the existing members of parliament in the House of Parliament, and tell me which is better suited to run Jamaica for the next 5 years.
It's a go hard for them keep up. Me a go hard and my song them a creep up. For real reality we dream turn young go get back.
As I come down, I could never ever come off without speaking about Portland. I hear all kind of rumors and other things in Portland that them are going to broke the vase. The only vase I see broken in politics is not Anne-Marie Vaz and not Darrell Vaz. It's Dwayne Vaz in a 2020 when we give a backside in. You know I don't put my mouth around and talk. Everybody know that about Darrell Vaz. I have one thing to say to Conference, to Jamaica, and to my Prime Minister and colleagues. Them talk about Vazism, and what vasism mean? Portland is Varsland argument done. I live by 3 phases. Who God bless, no man curse. Bad mind can never prosper. Jamaica made the right choice. Andrew Holness is the best prime minister in the history of Jamaica. And that's why them a fight him with one bad mind. My support as a parliamentarian, as a Jamaican, as a father, as a grandfather, I want to see Jamaica get 5 more years so that I know that my children and my grandchildren can live in this country and enjoy the country as I did. God bless you. Shower, 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 shower.
Them bad mind and things that we don't know. Them bad mind and things that we don't know.
All right, so Darrell Vaz there, sharing in the context of, the administration track record and some of the points that we have heard earlier in the context of no new taxes. Again, I feel that's a big strategy in terms of, reaffirming or sharing, repeating some of the messages, adding here in terms of purchasing more buses, rural school bus system, free fire trucks, fire boats, police cars, repairing more police stations in that context. And just quickly here, he also touched on JPS in the context of Beryl and the government standing up, to JPS, given what has happened there. And we saw some back and forth in the media for sure between Darrell and, the JPS and, the government in that context in terms of supporting Jamaicans. And he touched on Portland, and I guess in the context of ISAT, and, saying that, any vase them a go broke is not Anne-Marie or, Darrell. And, in essence, too, that when they speak about, and this is ISAT, Buchanan, talking about, Portland and vasism, he's saying Portland is Varsland and, argument done. So, guys, if you're still here, thank you so much for sticking and staying with us. Okay, I see your message there. Let's continue to keep it real and respectful in the chat. And right now, Darrell was saying performance over propaganda. And let's go to the Health Minister, Dr. Christopher
That
Tupton.
one young doctor speaking on behalf of other doctors made a big speech carried all over the media. Him say it is so bad that doctors have to use scandal bag to make scandal apron to perform surgery in the public health system under the PNP in 2015. I don't me say so. I him say so. In 2016, the Jamaica Labour Party took office, and we saw the challenges in public health, and we set out to fix it. We exchanged the scandal apron for a shopping bag, and we decided to go shopping to upgrade the health infrastructure in this country. And as Edward Seaga the Great would say, it takes cash to care. This government has moved the health budget from $60 billion in 2016 to $140 billion in 2023. You would ask the Jamaican people, what have we gotten so far for this increase in budget? Well, for the first time in history, under this JLP administration, 6 hospitals across the country are undergoing substantial renovation through construction. Spanish Town Hospital, Cornwall Regional Hospital, after years of neglect, is now being rebuilt
as a new hospital. Western Child and Adolescent Hospital, in support by the Chinese government, is a brand new hospital. University Hospital of the West Indies and St. Anne's Bay and Maypen Hospital being built by Labour for the first time, the biggest construction project ever in the rebuilding of our health infrastructure, over $250 million worth of building. But you may ask the question, what does that mean for the average patient in a hospital? What does that mean for the staff, the surgeons in the hospital? Well, let me just give you a little example. What that will mean is that we will have some 30 brand new operating theaters between all those hospitals with all new equipment. It will mean over 500 new beds for patients who are waiting and can't get a bed added to the stock of beds in the public health system. It will mean all new equipment, MRI machines, X-rays, CT scans, and a more spacious environment for the patients and staff working in public health. We are building back stronger, active and strong under the Labour Party based on where we are coming from back in 2015. But we're not stopping there. Because again, for the first time in history, in this country under the Jamaica Labour Party, public health is going digital. $15 million spent so far. And if you don't believe me, go to Maypen Hospital, go to Spanish Town Hospital. Patient turn up for registration. They are registered on computer. Information move from registration area to doctor's office on the computer. And if patient has to be admitted into a ward, their personal data is transmitted to the ward space. What does this mean? It means easier access to records. It means that your file now going to last again because you have to go look for it in a filing room. It means better management of patients and also quicker analysis by the doctors. Building under Labour, active and strong, digitization of health records, which is going to continue under this Jamaica Labour Party. But I go further, because we have to compare in order to move forward with the plan that we have. In 2015, less than 1 million Jamaicans, or should I say 1 million prescriptions were written under the National Health Fund to give Jamaicans free medication or subsidized medication. Last year, 3 million prescriptions were written for Jamaicans right across the length and breadth of this country so they can access free or subsidized Medicare under a stronger national health fund. In fact, we have added 8 additional categories of illness, including treatment for cancers, which is very expensive, and 2 areas for diagnostic tests that have been subsidized under this Jamaica Labour Party. The National Health Fund is stronger than ever and certainly continuing to be strong to respond to the sick profile of our population. We're building, but we're not just focused on hospitals. We focus also on our community health center. Under this Andrew Holness government, we have put more money in upgrading and building out our community health centers than any other government in recent history. In fact, if you ask Farmer Joe, who live in Malvern, how it feels to go to the Malvern Health Center, or Miss Nicey down in Catherine Hall, West Central, St. James, how it feels to go to the Catherine Hall Health Center, they will tell you that right now, unlike in the past, we walk into an AC area. We have nice chairs to sit on. The doctor's quarters have been improved. The staff have kitchen to relax with microwave and refrigerator. We are upgrading our primary healthcare institutions like never before in order to encourage community healthcare. We're building out active and strong under the Jamaica Labour Party.
Come on and do your part. Vote for the best. Vote for Jamaica.
And so the Jamaica Labour Party is the right choice at this time. Because when we compare 2015 to today, we are well ahead and Jamaicans are better off. You know, if your son drop out of a mango tree and him having permanent teeth and him unfortunate enough to lose them, he can go to one of 75 dental health clinics in the public health system, measure up them teeth and get artificial teeth or dentures free of cost under the Jamaica Labour Party. We look out for the average Jamaican. And if you are unfortunate enough to lose a leg because of diabetes or some other form of illness, we have the New Limb, New Life, where you can register with the Disabilities Association and get a prosthetic leg so you can move around again. So labor rights, that is what we represent. Tangible, real impact. And so when they ask you, what have we done as a party in public health? First of all, we have inherited a crisis and we are building back stronger, active and strong. Now I am prepared to say, and I want you to listen to me carefully, that all is still not where it ought to be. I am in the trenches. I have seen the concerns. I face the music every day on behalf of this government and listen to the people. But if you compare 2015 with today, there is no doubt that public health is better off today than before under this Jamaica Labour Party.
Vote for Labour. Grab your Labour vote.
So I say to you, when they come and talk and they claim to have a plan, we want to know what that plan is because we are executing a plan. Things will get better. They are already better. And so I asked them the same question that they posed to us. How could we want to, as Jamaicans, go back to the days of 2015 with scandal bag making, scandal aprons? What can go so, ladies and gentlemen?
Mr. God can go so, what can go so? No, Mr. God. Mr. God can go so, what can go so? No, Mr. God. Mr. God can...
I close by saying the following. Health is a partnership. It requires all of us. It requires you, the Jamaican people. It requires us as government and cabinet, members of parliament, leaders, our international partners. And we want to proceed in this manner. I want to take the opportunity to thank all those who have been on board as we seek to expand and upgrade our health infrastructure. Our doctors and nurses, our healthcare workers. Although we are not yet where we ought to be, the truth is we are better off under Labour. The Jamaica Labour Party, active and strong, building back healthcare. God bless you. One love, Labour rights. God bless you, Jamaica.
All right, so Minister Tufton there. Welcome one, welcome all. Michelle, I'm not sure if I welcomed you earlier. All right, I see you there in the chat there, but welcome. If you're just tuning in, please remember to hit the like button and the subscription button and share. All right, so Dr. Tufton, they're sharing the context of what they have done in terms of healthcare and in terms of infrastructure and moving the budget there to 140 million, I believe, in 2023. And, 6 hospitals undergoing renovations, so Spanish Town, Cornwall, Western Child and Adolescent. So that's a brand new one, UWE, St. Anne's Bay, Maypen. So guys, let us know if you're seeing these things happening in your neck of the woods. All right, in terms of improve NHF, in terms of medication support and adding new categories. All right, let us know your views. Would love to hear from you. Upgrading, health centers. All right, and those are, some of the information. He's sharing too that he understands that there is more work to be done in that context, but you should still give the party an opportunity another term in office. So let us know your views in the chat. You know, in that context, are you saying time has come, or should Labour Party get another term in office to share? Let's go back here to the national arena. Welcome one, welcome all.
Trade union. And the last time I stood on this platform, a certain comrade criticized me to ask how a trade unionist can stand on the platform of the Jamaica Labour Party. Well, let that comrade understand that there is a strong connection between the Bustamante Industrial Trade Union and the Jamaica Labour Party, and that connection will never be broken. We are a party for the working class. We have stabilized this economy for the working class. We have created the necessary growth for the working class. We have reduced unemployment in the history of Jamaica that no other administration have done. We are the party for the working class in Jamaica.
Work, 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 work. You see me heavy work, 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 work. You see me do me that.
We leave no workers unturned. We carry every worker and we protect every worker. When we raise the minimum wage 2 years in a row to unprecedented amount, we were protecting the working class in Jamaica. We have created more training, more skills, more developed, more certification under the hard trust for the working class in Jamaica, other than the history of this country. We are continuing to prepare the working class for the changes in this country. We are a government that is active and strong. And labor rights, you know, to be a successful government, we have to depend on our public sector workers. For many years, for many decades, public sector workers, when they get a little increase, it was single digit. Under the Jamaica Labour Party government, for the last 3 years, we have had increases for public sector workers more than 100%. We are the party for the public sector workers in Jamaica.
Let's drink to the hard-working people, and let's drink to the
I want you to understand something, labor rights. We are an active and strong government working for the working class. You know, for many years, workers have contracts, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year. They were not secured in their employment. In the public sector, more than 10,000 jobs in permanent was given to public sector workers. Let me use this opportunity to commend Dr. Nigel Clark for the work he has done as Minister of Finance in the public sector. We have more work to be done. The JLP is led by a government led by Dr. Andrew Holness, who is the best Prime Minister in the history of this country. We have to continue to improve in our growth. We have to continue to improving the economy. I want to say that we are always going to be finding challenges. Today I want to make a call for our tourism workers that are exposed and they are vulnerable. But we have a Minister of Labour and a Minister of Tourism that is going to respond to the call of all our tourism workers. Labour rights, the JLP has long positioned itself as the party for the working class, advocating for policies and initiatives that promote economic empowerment, job creation, improve the standard of living for the working class. We have always strengthened our working class, and we have always promoted a better quality of life for our working class. We will continue to reduce inequalities in income. We will continue to promote education for the working class, and we will continue to ensure that every working class will benefit from our national development. The JLP is that active and strong party. And so, labor rights, there is no need for a change. Don't let anybody come tell you about any change, because some of the people who are asking for change, they will change on you, and so you must not trust them. The power that we have is a power that is invested to benefit our people. It's a power to develop economic growth, a power to promote more social programs and safety net, a power for public investment in infrastructure, a power for tax relief and wage increases. In the history of this country, we have given to the working class on the one hand, and we have never taken anything in terms of taxation to the working class. We will continue to improve the rights of workers. We will continue to promote worker development. We have proven that we are a party for debt reduction, and we have proven that we are a party for fiscal responsibilities. We use our power wisely. But I want to call on conference. Don't be distracted. Don't be dismayed. I want to call on us to continue to promote party unity, because unity and progress will make our nation strong. Shower labor rights.
Oh no, me and the neighbor. Oh yes, we voting for labor. All right, me and the neighbor. Bring them, we voting for labor. Careless, me and the neighbor.
All right, so just some points there coming from the ITU there in the context of reduced unemployment. All right, in the history of Jamaica. All right, parties working. All right, in the context of the working class, increase minimum wage to protect the working class. All right, you know, in terms of protecting the working class, to preparing them, the Hartress NTA in terms of skills training mentioned there regarding Niger's contributions to the public sector. Let's just go back to the arena.
Who are trying to trick you and to fool you, labor rights. And so, we come to conference today, an important day in the life of this great Jamaica Labour Party. And I want now to bring to the microphone the chairman of the Jamaica Labour Party, the Member of Parliament for St. Mary Weston. Let's welcome Bobby Robert Montague.
Right now, man, take you too hot for them. I go get solar light in a topping, and him a go upgrade water system in a areas like Hamilton Mountain. But Mr. Man, take you for leader in a St. Mary Western region. Yeah, them regular Bobby Bill rock a better, but them shoulda know St. Mary.
All right, so Bobby Montague here, St. Mary.
Yes, sir. Prosperity.
Conference chairman, my deputy chair, officers of this party, members of parliament, caretakers, senators, mayors, councillors, bloggers, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the press, other specially invited guests, delegates and supporters of this great party, and fellow Jamaicans who are watching, good howdy. Good howdy to you. We must first of all give God thanks for this journey of 81 years. It has been a good journey because this year celebrates our 80th year as we took government in 1944. I wish to pause to pay tribute and salute all the fallen labor rights since we last met. People like Mr. Lizzie, Jamintel, Ms. Norma MacLeod, Councillor Townsend, and the many more labor rights who have been called home. I also want to big up all the past workers who can't work anymore, but their hearts are still with us, and we thank you for your service.
This is for my fallen soldiers. We miss you. I know you can.
Labor rights, let me also big up the councillors and councillor caretakers too. They are the real soldiers in the Jamaica Labour Party. Labor rights, in our 80th year, in terms of candidate selection and placement, we are on track with our program. The constituencies have been reviewed, and over the coming weeks, we will be consulting with you, the delegates and supporters. So tell such man from such place that we are in no rush for any election. Dr. Wholeness will call it when Dr. Wholeness is ready.
So all them attack, man a step up, catch up them up to their man a play when the star boy walk.
We have things to do, and we are doing them according to our timetable. In St. Mary and elsewhere, we have water projects to finish and road work to start. The people of Masonall and Kidland and other communities across Jamaica are looking out for their water before the end of the year. There are other water projects to be completed, and enough road work are going to start soon. So I say to the people of Mango Valley and other communities, we're ready for you now, but we are sorry for the delay. We apologize to all road users, but Dr. Wholeness plans for road soon bus, and you will see. But just like how the party is active, the government is active too, because roads right across Jamaica are bad, but work soon start on them. Water is turning on in every parish. Houses are being built, houses are being repaired, educational opportunities are created, enough jobs are being created, and a whole heap more things are going.
Other things have been done, other things have been done, other things have been done, mama just come.
The people of St. Mary want to thank the Prime Minister for the free zone project at the airport, where hundreds of St. Mary people and others will get work. St. Thomas got their urban center, Portland getting theirs, is St. Mary term, and more to come in other parishes. This government is active, this government is strong. As usual, conference, St. Mary people will never forgive me if I don't call on the government to make Chief Taki a national hero, because he deserves it. He led the largest and longest war against slavery. He started the great resistance. He is an inspiration. Equally, we must today call on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to ask them to redouble their efforts to have placed before President Joe Biden a request for a pardon for His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey before the end of January. And please remind the President that the Black Star Liner Company was registered in Delaware. Let me also, on your behalf as chairman of the party, congratulate President-elect Trump on his resounding victory. And we must ask that more farm work and hotel work visas be issued, because many people across Jamaica want an opportunity to go on the program, to better their lives and to better the lives of their families. And we must continue the discussions to allow Jamaicans with a clean record to travel to the United States without a visa. This government is active because we want to see you become strong. This government don't give handout. We want to give you an opportunity to improve yourself. Labor rights. In the elections on Friday, we lost 2 municipal seats and we won 2 parliamentary seats. let me congratulate our candidates for the tremendous job they did in that election. And we look forward in welcoming the 2 members of Parliament to Parliament.
All them attack, all them attack. You see, all them attack, all them attack.
We want to thank all the MPs, ministers, caretakers, senators, councillors, mayors who went into the different areas to give support to the candidates. The Jamaica Labour Party thanks you for your service. And we say to the people in the 2 municipal divisions, don't be daunted or discouraged. It's not the results we wanted, but it is the results we got. But there are 3 basic lessons that came from those elections. Lesson number 1, we must pay more attention to the poor and vulnerable, to the people's agenda, to cost of living, to roads, to light, water and housing. Lesson number 2, we must help more people to start small businesses or expand, and we must grow our footprint in the digital economy. And lesson number 3, we must take more care of our party workers. This party, your party, intends to do just that. We are paying more attention now to our party workers, creating more opportunities for them. Our party leader started the scholarship program where the children of party workers can get a scholarship or a grant to continue their education. But we intend to go further.
I'm in your corner, friend. I'm in your corner. Anytime the trouble is on, I'm in your corner.
Our party workers are the foundation of democracy. The soldiers against poverty and the salt of the earth. We thank them and we salute them. People want opportunity, not backwardness. Your party, the Jamaica Labour Party, has heard your cry for help. Help with the daily living. Help with the children. Help on the farm. Help to repair your house. The party leader has heard you too, and that is why recently he said it is time to pivot. We in the Labour Party know that it is time to change course for the next chapter. The party leader has heard you loud and clear, and he will start the change. He has promised to pivot. He has already warned MPs and ministers. He has warned about the arrogance, the stiff-neckedness, the haughtiness. It is the people's agenda and the people's priority is what the next chapter is about. Labour rights. My fellow Jamaicans, I believe the leader. I trust the leader. And I am confident that the leader will pivot. And I want you to believe too. Some people have been asking, why do the Jamaica Labour Party want a 3rd term? We want a 3rd term to complete what we have started. Remember, we lost 3 years because of COVID. So many things could not be done. But even during COVID, this government never laid off not even one government worker. And we granted money to those who were laid off by the private sector. And we assisted many others with the compassionate grant. Let's not forget, a sole Labour Party government active in a poor people's life.
Grab your neighbor, vote for Labour. Tell your neighbor before.
The 3rd term is needed so that the poor and vulnerable can get proper help, so that party workers can help, so that Jamaica can be stronger. The 3rd term is needed so that farmers can get more inputs, so that the taxi man, the bus owner and the driver can expand their business and the vendors can upgrade. The 3rd term is needed so that we can unite as a country and do more to reduce crime and violence. It is a cancer that is costing the country almost 4% of GDP, or about $40 billion. Do you know what we could do with even half of $40 billion to improve the lot and the lives of poor people? The third term is needed to create more opportunities for our youths, create more space for women, especially single mothers, and to create more programs to help the elderly. The third term is needed so we can reform the procurement process, but keep the checks and balances so that government projects can be implemented faster to benefit you, the people of Jamaica. The third term is needed so that more contract workers can be made permanent and more respect can be given to our workers because it is needed. And remember, the Jamaica Labour Party, your party, is the only party that was born out of the union. Other unions were born out of parties. The Labour Party was born out of the union, and that is why we respect our workers so much. The third term is needed so more people can get pipe water, more communities can get light and street lights, more roads and bridges, and more drains can be repaired. The third term is needed so more informal communities can be upgraded and that we can issue more titles and give people who live in them respect and legitimacy. The third term is needed so more people can get a hope house under the other people them build board house with outside toilet, one drop. Andrew Holness built concrete house with inside bathroom. The third term is needed so more people can get an NHT benefit. The third term is needed so your house and your neighbor's house can be repaired. Labor rights, I trust Andrew Holness, and you must trust him too. He has started to move you from poverty to prosperity. You need to allow him to continue what he has started. Remember the 1.5 tax break, the increased part payments, assistance during COVID. Andrew Holness started the social pension program, reduced the debt to GDP ratio from 140% to less than 70%. The lowest unemployment rate in our history, reduction in all major crimes. Andrew Holness needs to finish what he has started for you, and that is to pay attention to your needs. He knows your struggle because he has struggled too. He knows your pain because this little youth from Spanish Town has felt it too. Andrew Holness has made mistakes. He has had challenges and issues. But remember, he's human. He's not perfect. He is human and his blood runs through his vein, but his heart is in the right place. He knows that the third term is needed because it is your turn. The third term is your time. The third term is your term. The third term is loading, and it is loading for you. It is loading for your family. It is loading for your community. The third term is your term. It's your turn. It's your time. Labor rights, one love, shower labor rights. The third term is loading for you.
Come on and do your part.
All right, so Bobby Montague, there, chairman of the Jamaica Labour Party, sharing on quite a few things there. And I just want to highlight that he went to some internal business, all right, of the party in the context of, the party workers. And really, I guess, just sharing too about the two municipal elections that were lost, all right. And I guess one pretty much losing one because it was, but then again, getting the opportunity to get sent Morant Bay Division there, and that didn't work out, and to try and retain Clarendon in and town. And so here in this context, that is something that has been topical in the last few days in terms of party work, and it's time to change the course for the next chapter. And he warned about, the arrogance, and it's time in terms of party workers, and it's the people's agenda. And so I guess this is something that we can kind of pick up on in the context that the JLP, they're going to reorganize, and they understand that they need their people, their party worker on the ground to canvass, and to, I guess, to get them to the third term that Montague is saying that it is loading for, families. And he shared a lot in terms of issues. So just getting some views there of what is looking like on the outside. But welcome, IT. I see you're back here. All right, there was somebody new. Leonie, welcome. All right, guys. So just keep it real and respectful in the chat. All right, it's okay to share your varying views. All right, and we just ask that you keep it real and respectful. Hit the like button, guys. I know you're here. Just close the X at the top of the chat there. Hit the like button. Hit the subscription button and come in the chat, man, and let us know your views on what is happening. Would love to hear from you.
Hold on. I
I
have to
can
show my
tell
respect.
you, it's well packed, jam packed at the National Arena, full to capacity. There's nowhere inside that can hold any other person right now, and you can see the crowd is still there. Let's go back
I'm
there.
the Councillor Diane. I'm the Prime Minister Andrew. Are you ready again? Labour right. Are you ready? Who am I, sir? Let's welcome. The Prime Minister of Jamaica.
All right,
Anything Andrew.
The Prime Minister is making his way, so let's see here.
Who are the champion? Who are the big man? Who are the island? Who got the best land? Who are the champion? Who are the big man? Who are the island? Who got the best land? Labour right, we ready now. Labour right, who am I, sir? Ring the bell, them heavy now.
All right, so Andrew Holness making his way there, and you can see outside in the context of the crowd that is still on the outside, and inside is, filled to capacity at this point. So the party leader is making, his way there in, and so that's what this everybody is excited about here, to receive their party leader and Prime Minister of Jamaica at this point. And definitely will be listening now to hear from the party leader and what he's going to share. So, lots they're trying to weave through that crowd on the outside, and on the inside, they're definitely waiting for Andrew. All right, so guys, let us know where you're tuned in from. You can comment in the chat. Hit the subscription button and comment in the chat. Alright, so waiting there. So we have had some speakers. If you're just tuning in, all right. In that context, we have heard from Floyd Green. We have heard from Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, Juliet Holness, Kamina Johnson Smith. All right, we have heard from Carencia, Darrell Vaz. All right, Christoph Dunn, Cavan Gale, Bobby Montague, and I know they started out with two young ladies, and I believe Leon. All right, so JLP Youth Ambassadors. So lots there as we get some highlights here in the context of what is happening. All right, still music. So they're going to wait for the party leader. And as you can see, look at the crowd, look at how the vehicles are just hugged there, and you can see Andrew now emerging from the vehicle, and he's signaling the shower sign, the security detail. They're there, and Andrew Holness is making his way on the inside, and on the inside it's just celebration. All right, so they're just waiting and welcoming him on the inside. So Andrew is there, and any moment now, all right, Andrew is heading on the inside here, and the security is right there with him, and so you can see him making his way through that very thick crowd there at the National Arena. Security details there, and they're moving, and the people, they are there receiving their leader, party leader. All right, and so Andrew Holness there making his way to the platform and getting a big reception here.
Andrew!
If you like this feed, hit a subscription, hit subscribe and the like button. Welcome one, welcome all. Happy to have you guys here. All right, welcome.
The goodness and mercy shall follow all the days of my life.
All right, so the Prime Minister there greeting the ambassadors, and yes, just to highlight too that there are ambassadors there from different countries present at the conference. So Andrew there riding up the crowd. All right. And we get the celebrations there in terms of just having the party leader there, and it's excitement, lots of excitement there in the national arena. Welcome one, welcome all. If you're just tuning in, so happy to have you guys here with us. Really appreciate the support as we continue. So Andrew there just greeting the platform at this point, and it's, I guess, a good look here, you would say, for the Jamaica Labour Party in the context of the turnout. I guess one perhaps wasn't expecting this given the recent outcomes, but it is what it is, and would love to hear your views. So what are your views on the Jamaica Labour Party's performance in government? Should they get another term, or is it a case where time come? All right, would love to hear from you in the chat. Please remember to keep it real and respectful. Hit the like button, hit the subscription button, share, tell a friend to tell another friend about this platform. Let us see Andrew there still greeting the platform. All right, and the music is going. So Andrew Holness, their Prime Minister and party leader, greeting the platform, and everyone there happy to have their party leader. And you can see the difference in the context of some of the greetings, some of them long. And yes, I you sharers, let me just tell you, I'm just trying to get, my notes there. So, Miss Siaga, let me just check on here just to tell you what I'm telling you. All right. So Denise Shearer is there. Carla Siaga is also present there on the platform. All right. So the Prime Minister there is definitely just going and ensuring that he's greeting everyone at this point. Welcome one, and comes back now with Juliet. So Juliet went and perhaps changed, guys. All right. And back with the party leader. So Juliet there, she spoke earlier. All right, so pivoting and I guess multiple roles there for sure. And the bells are going, the music is playing, vibes there at the National Arena. Packed, cannot hold, anyone else. So the police and the fire department, they have advised earlier that the arena cannot hold, anyone else. All right, so let's go back to the arena here.
Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Andrew, Michael, Honest.
Equal rights and justice is our everlasting song. Unity and progress will make our nation strong. Stand up for your rights when you hear the bell. Stand up for justice, hear the freedom bell. Remember Bustamante, we serve you well. Stand up, Jamaicans, when you hear the bell.
And let's welcome officially also the wife of our Prime Minister, Juliet Holness. And now, conference, it's my pleasure to bring to address you the greatest political leader of the last 50 years, Jamaica's greatest Prime Minister. There is no question about Andrew Holness. Conference, let's welcome party leader, Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness.
Boss for every boss, done for every done. Ever militant, so it and so it and. Humble like column, tell them no confusion. Boss for every boss, done for every done. Make them know see I want, so it and
Labor rights. It took me 8 minutes from the top of the road to get into the national arena. The place full. You have a crowd about 1.5 times the crowd inside here outside. Somebody or something go stir up Labour Party ants' nest. My Jamaican family locally and in the diaspora watching this broadcast, friends, dignitaries and observers in the diplomatic corps in attendance, executive members and officers and representatives of the Jamaica Labour Party on the platform. I make special mention of our friends from the Maroon community who are here with us. And you, the faithful Labourites that form the bedrock of the Jamaica Labour Party. I greet you in the name of our eternal Father, who has blessed our land, who has guarded us with his mighty hand, who has been our light through countless hours of trials, and who grants us the wisdom and the strength to lead this nation to peace and prosperity and victory for the third term. We are a young nation, but as a people, we have been in a long struggle to secure our freedom, political independence, which we have done. Today's struggle is about achieving our economic independence. Our national hero, the Right Excellent Marcus Mosiah Garvey, believed in achieving economic independence. He said, Jamaica should become the headquarters of a great industrial, commercial, and cultural movement. We want to be able to employ our own people, to build up our own business, to create wealth for ourselves. We must have a people with a self-reliant economic base. We must build the foundations of our economic system. Marcus Garvey would be proud of what this government has achieved today, fulfilling the vision of economic independence. More Jamaicans are employed now than at any time in our history. Our national debt, which was driven up by the PNP, as high as 146% of GDP because of FinSAC, high interest rate policy, and loss-making public bodies. The good management of the Jamaica Labour Party administration has cut the debt in half to 74% of GDP. We have a stable exchange rate backed by the highest central bank reserves ever in the history of Jamaica. We have had consistent growth, and when we have been hit by shocks such as pandemic, storms and hurricanes, we have been able to recover quickly. This speaks to a new quality of the Jamaican economy developed by this administration which never existed before, and that is resilience, the ability to withstand shocks and difficulties and recover quickly and even more stronger than before without relying on borrowing or external help. Marcus Garvey would have been proud, very proud of our resilience and self-reliance as a nation and as Jamaicans and Labourites. You can be proud of what your government has achieved. Economic management is a means to an end, ultimately cutting the debt in half, stabilizing the exchange rate, stimulating full employment, must translate into better roads, better housing, better health care, better education, better wages, better garbage collection, improved security, indeed a better quality of life for all Jamaicans. Your government understands this, but your government also understands that you cannot have a sustainably better life without a strong, growing and resilient economy. However, we would be mistaken to believe that a strong economy by itself will automatically lead to a better quality of life. To get the better quality of life from the good economy, we must be active and strong in pursuing the interests of the people. The people in Troy who were without a bridge for 2 years, the people in Rasta City who waited for their housing development for 5 years. They didn't have to wait because there was no money. We had the revenues from the economy. But what delayed their improved quality of life? What delayed it was bureaucracy, inefficiency. Things just take too long to get done. We have the capital budget, but we don't convert it fast enough into the goods, services and products that you need. And so today, as we celebrate our good economic performance, we must now create a laser focus on becoming much more efficient. We must remove the roadblocks, the red tape, the bureaucracy, the unnecessary documentation. We must become more efficient in what we are doing. The theme of our conference is active and strong, delivering on the mission of prosperity for all. I want you to know that as my administration moves to the next chapter in our economic independence journey, in ensuring you get the benefit of a good economy, we will be active and strong in cutting red tape and bureaucracy which holds up and frustrates your prosperity. We are going to be active and strong in removing the legacy requirements and outdated requirements which place a burden on you and increase your cost of living. We will be active and strong in implementing innovative ideas and technologies that increase efficiency and effectiveness in delivering prosperity. We will be active and strong in ensuring that the vulnerable in our society, the poor in our society, those that have been left out, those that feel frustrated, we are going to be active and strong in ensuring that they too can feel a part of the prosperity train of the Jamaica Labour Party.
JLP cares for Jamaica. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
We care about the people of this country. We pay close attention to what is being said about the cost of living. We didn't create this crisis of cost of living, but we are the government and we take responsibility for steering the ship through difficult and choppy waters. And that is why, Labourites, we have always been the better sailor, the better captain of the ship of Jamaica. Whenever Jamaica faces a crisis, it is the Jamaica Labour Party that is called upon to navigate the difficult times. And we have navigated the difficult times of COVID, of supply chain shocks, of hurricanes and other natural disasters, and we have done it so well that the rest of the world holds up Jamaica as the example of a small country that is doing what is right by its people, ensuring that we are not in debt, ensuring that we have our own resources to stand on our own 2 feet and deal with crises when they occur.
But I'm so sad he does a rock, they just can't stop me now.
Under our CARE program, we announced the innovative initiative, first time ever in the history of Jamaica, a reverse income tax credit. Some of you inside here already get it. We will be giving back to persons who are self-employed or who are employed $20,000. And already we have given, when we make the payment coming up this week, 290,000 Jamaicans would have received the benefit of the reverse income tax credit. 290,000 to be specific, 290,912 Jamaicans have received cash back in their hands. When has that ever happened in the history of Jamaica? It has only happened under the Jamaica Labour Party.
I agree with it.
And this is to complement the increase in the income tax threshold from 1.5 million to 1.7 million for high income earners. Over 200,000 persons who earn above 1.7 million would benefit from the income tax threshold. We have increased path benefits by 30% in the last budget
and that benefited 236 path beneficiaries. Some of you are inside here, but you imagine 236,000 Jamaicans benefited from that increase. And we did all of this because we understand the impact of food prices, particularly on you. There are a set of persons, however, that we have not fully captured in our Care Give Back program. These persons are not registered on PATH. When we walk in the campaign, we meet some of them. They are not part of our social pension system. They are not part of our NIS system. So they are just there. They're not registered, they're not known, and so they can't take part in the care program that the government is doing. Now, I wish to announce that starting in February, we will open applications for persons 18 years or older who are not registered on PATH, not part of the social pension, not captured anywhere or getting any benefit. They will be subject to a needs assessment by the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, and they will get their $20,000 check like everybody else. But this will also ensure that after they register, they remain on our register, that they get identification, that we can place them permanently on PATH or permanently on the social pension or permanently as NIS beneficiaries. We are going to ensure that every single Jamaican that is in need of help and assessed to be so gets the help they need from the government. We care about your electricity. We care that your electricity costs are a significant part of the cost of living that you face. Everybody complains about their electricity bill. Everybody. It is estimated that only 70% of Jamaican households can afford to pay their electricity bills. So you can understand why we have so much throw-up. But the people who throw up, most of them don't want to throw up. What they want is an electricity market, an electricity system that allows them to pay within their economic means. But the system that we have is not designed like that. While we have diversified our fuel sources, built more modern and efficient plants, we have integrated renewables, and by the way, next week, Minister Vaz will announce the winners of the 100 megawatt bid for renewables in Jamaica. In other words, we are increasing significantly renewables on our grid. While we have done all of that, there is still more that can be done to make electricity more affordable to Jamaicans, particularly those Jamaicans who earn minimum wage. Because we care and because we are a capable government, because one thing to say you care but you can't do it. We are a caring government. We are a capable government. It's one thing to say you care and you're capable, you still might not do it. So we are a caring, capable, and active government. We are active in our care for the people. We demonstrate the care that we have for our people. And we're not just active in a weak and fenke way. No, we are active and strong in demonstrating our care for the people of Jamaica. We are going to transform the fiscal structure of the electricity market in Jamaica to ensure that it aligns with incentives, reduce the cost of onboarding, and increase options to the consumer. Listen to this one carefully. After the next budget, which is in March coming up, the government will reduce GCT on electricity from 15%, which it is now, to 7%.
Shout. JLP.
We will. I tell you, I come here for business. I come here for action, and for strong action. We will remove the non-tax threshold and replace this with an incentivized, compatible rebate of GCT for persons who use 200 megawatts or less per month. This will allow the rollout of prepaid electricity purchase, which was implemented many years ago, but has remained only a pilot. You know how many people want to get on the prepaid system, but because it is only a pilot, you can only get it in some places, and sometimes it's not offered. Now, the JPS will be required to roll out prepaid meters nationally, particularly in vulnerable communities.
JLP cares for Jamaica. Come on.
Yes, so prosperity start.
With the simplified GCT arrangement, the JPS will also be required, listen to this one carefully now, to introduce time of day pricing of electricity. You know what that means? Time of day pricing. This means customers can benefit from better rates by arranging how they consume electricity in off-peak hours. So, you know, the peak hours is usually in the evening when everybody come home from work. Electricity high, cost high. But now, the JPS can say, all right, if you use most of your electricity in off-peak hours, you pay a lower rate. So you have the option now of economizing how you use electricity. But it is also better for the grid, because right now, in peak time, everybody is using the grid, put stress on the grid. But if you can evenly distribute the use of the grid, it is more economical for everyone. And it also helps with the use of renewables, particularly solar, so you can generate and use at the same time. But we will go one step further. The government will scale up its pilot project of onboarding customers in vulnerable communities through the Community Electrification House Wiring Program, which provides households on the program with electrical outlets, lights and switches, and GEI, that is the General Electrical Inspector certification. This will assist these communities in becoming legal JPS customers. So the Jamaica Labour Party will reduce the cost of becoming a legal JPS customer. We will reduce the tax burden on electricity, and we will improve the efficiency of the electricity sector. We will reduce the cost of living to you that electricity poses, and we will increase our growth prospects by having a more efficient electricity grid. thereby increasing our prospect for growing the economy. This is how an active, strong, and caring government demonstrates its care for the people.
Shout, 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 shout.
But more than that, this is now the beginning of finally addressing this issue of energy poverty, which we see right across Jamaica, that robs the people of their dignity, that they have to steal electricity in order to survive. This government will change that and change that mentality in our land. We will restore the dignity of our people.
JLP!
My Jamaican brothers and sisters, water is life. And we must do everything to ensure every Jamaican can legally access water. Minister Samuda has been doing a good job in getting the water projects off the ground and bringing water to the people. But I know that we can't do it fast enough. I understand the frustration of the lady I met in Northeast Manchester who told me that she has been carrying water from she's a little girl and she's 76 now and she can't carry water anymore. I understand that. And I give her the assurance that we are working as hard as we can, as smart as we can, as efficiently as we can to bring the water projects to fruition, so that no 70-year-old lady has to walk with water on her head. So we are going to move quickly with the capital projects in water, establishing water connections where none exist before. However, where connections are already established, we can also make it easier for persons to connect. I want you to listen to this one carefully. For persons who have been disconnected from the NWC water supply for debts 2 years or more outstanding, who are pensioners or who are assessed as being in need based on the path beneficiary identification standards, the NWC will write off totally the debt that is owed.
It's a party marching on, marching on to victory. Labour Party marching, Labour Party marching.
In addition to that, we will waive the reconnection fee. This is aimed at giving relief to those persons who are suffering from weighty bills, particularly those who have had major leaks in their house and they just can't pay. But there is a connection there. There is a pipe that runs past their home, but they just don't have water because of these bills. But it will also help in the transfer of property, because there are many persons who want to transfer property but bills are owed on the property. They would have to clear it first before they can transfer it. So in a way, this is also increasing economic activity. When we say we're going to get strong and active and clearing away bureaucracy, clearing away unnecessary requirements, clearing away legacy issues, this is an example of what the government can do to make the cost of living easier to you without expending 1 cent more. Just changing the bureaucracy. That is what we mean when we say we're going to pivot. All my ministers have been directed that they must look in their ministries and find these kinds of nuisance and legacy requirements that don't bear any relevance to today, and let us move them away so that the people can get their prosperity much more quickly.
Hold on to what you got. Hold on to what you got. Hold on to what you got.
Now, this amnesty will last for 3 months, and it will start the 2nd of January. We will not only write off the 2-year-old or older debt, but we will waive the reconnection fee, because the objective is to get you back on the system. Now, if you were disconnected for longer than 6 months, we ask you to come in to the NWC and make arrangements for payments. The NWC will discount your debt by 50%.
Shout, 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 shout.
And if there are special cases, as assessed, the discount might be even higher. This is how the government shows in a tangible way that it cares. This is how the government is dealing with the cost of living that you face. But we will go one step further. For persons who are pensioners who have taken part in this amnesty and who are being reconnected, if the reconnection is as a result of a suspected leak, the NWC will provide a leak detection service to ensure that the pensioner does not end up back in the same situation as before.
No, sister, when you create waves like the ocean, yeah. When you're there, better than your son, no, the explosion, and we make the commotion, yeah.
The NWC will partner with the Heart Trust NSTA to train leak detection specialists to participate in this program. We care about you, my brothers and sisters. This government is a caring government, a capable government, an active government, and a strong government. We hear the complaints about public transportation and the cost of transportation. Sit down, Minister Vaz. When I call your name, you stand up. Public transportation is already heavily subsidized in areas served by the JUTC, particularly school children who are able to access the service. They benefit the most. In rural areas, however, school children, students, do not systematically receive this benefit. So there is an inequity in the distribution of transportation subsidy. The government currently does make some provisions to certain schools to offset the cost of transportation to students. However, the arrangement is not universal or evenly applied. The Jamaica Labour Party government will fix the problem once and for all and ensure that all our students benefit from reduced transportation costs. Minister Vaz, you can stand up now.
Jamaica Labour Party.
Minister Vaz has been directed to deploy 100 new buses that he got earlier this year to urban centers in rural areas. I am happy to see that a bus route has been established from Kingston to Morant Bay, and that is just the first in many to come. The Montego Bay Urban Transit Company was refleeted with 12 buses, which currently benefit 6,000 students from St. James, Hanover, and Trelawney. By mid next year, by June, July next year, 100 new buses will be added to the fleet again.
What we do on that day is to vote.
These are the CNG buses, the gas buses, compressed natural gas, that are far more efficient, that reduce the theft of fuel, and are far more economical to operate. And you know who will get the benefit of that saving? You. That is the result of active, caring, strong, transformational, thoughtful leadership that the Jamaica Labour Party is. These new 100 CNG buses will be distributed to urban centers in rural areas. So they will go to the urban townships, the town capitals. So that will help in ensuring that students in these areas get access to subsidized transportation. But secondly, to complement the expansion of the JUTC service, Minister Vaz has been directed and has started to develop a cashless payment system with private PPV operators so that they can carry children. The children will have a card. On that card will be the subsidy from the government that they can pay directly to private transport operators.
JLP. Labor rights.
This will further extend the subsidy to rural communities and rural students so that there is equity in the society as it relates to public transportation, and that will significantly impact the cost of living that you face. Again, the vision, action, thoughtfulness of a strong and caring government. Despite many challenges, including natural disasters, travel advisories, and reduction in global airlift capacity, tourism continues to be the industry that lays the golden egg. We must protect the tourism industry and ensure that it continues to grow in a sustainable way. We support the workers of the tourism industry as they seek fair compensation and better work conditions. We will do our part to facilitate negotiations and to ease the cost of living burden on the workers in the tourism industry as we favorably examine the relief of taxes and tips and make a final announcement in the next budget. I have noted the concerns of other stakeholders in the industry, particularly those stakeholders who are in our craft markets and who were badly affected by the fall-off in cruise ship visitors. To lighten the burden that they are currently facing, the government will waive fees for all craft vendors in government-owned craft markets for the months of December and January. And we will write off any outstanding fees owed by the craft vendors. This is designed to ease the economic burden on the craft vendors and give them a head start in the winter tourist season that is up and coming now. The craft vendors of St. Anne have been hit the hardest because of the damage to the Ocherius cruise ship pier. As such, I have instructed that the waiving of fees for the craft vendors in St. Anne will extend until June of next year when the pier is set to reopen.
Labour rights.
I also want to announce that next year we will begin the tourism work on new social housing program, where the government of Jamaica, through the Tourism Enhancement Fund and hotel owners and operators, we will partner to build social housing for needy tourism workers.
Shout, 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 shout.
And there is more, but I can't say everything right now. As a matter of great personal concern for me, and you know my love for education, and all of you here either have children in school or are in school or you are related to someone in school. I am very concerned about the re-emergence of prohibitive auxiliary fees. I am extremely concerned about the re-emergence of prohibitive auxiliary fees. In 2007, this administration initiated what we call tuition-free education, because we believe that every child deserves to access education right up to the highest level. So it really pains my heart as I move around and I hear parents complaining about fees. I understand that the cost that the schools face to provide quality education can be expensive. I understand that. But I want to remind school administrators that non-payment of fees should never prevent a child from accessing education. Under this government, no child will be denied access to education due to financial constraints. We are seeing a concerning increase in the rate of non-attendance at school and non-registration at school. And this is particularly since the passage of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is in all our interests to have all our children in school, regardless of their ability to pay. If you keep poor children out of school by enforcing prohibitive fees, then we are also increasing the likelihood of their children not having the life chance of going to school. In other words, we are perpetuating generational poverty. I have asked the Minister of Education to strengthen, refocus, and re-emphasize the capacity of the Ministry of Education in truancy. Every education officer is effectively a truancy officer, and the law provides for the deputizing of appropriate personnel as truancy officers. I have asked the Minister of Education to establish specific truancy officers in all regions. They must go out after examining their register and see who is not attending, knock on those doors, find those students who are not attending school, and bring them back to school. The government stands ready to provide the support for those students. We cannot allow students to be out of school. For this academic year alone, we are spending $7.4 billion for school feeding. This is a massive increase in allocation for the nutrition of our students. We are spending significant resources to get our children in school, and we are committed to spend even more to get the last child who is not in school in school. My Jamaican family, I have so much to say. And I feel like the Bob Marley song. So much things to say right now. We got so much things to say. But I think I have substantially whetted your appetite. I think you have seen that your government is not only capable of managing the economy well, but our government truly has a heart that cares. We create the cash and we create the care. We are therefore the consummate government. The Jamaican people can see that it is one thing to listen to a bag of mouth and a bag of promise, but nothing that I have said here is a promise. All of what I have said here is happening, about to happen, or will happen shortly.
All them attack, all them attack. You see all them attack, all them attack, all them attack. I could be all them attack. Them no bad like me.
Yes, so prosperity start.
Jamaica today is a different place from Jamaica 10 years ago. And I am very pleased to be with you on the journey in transforming Jamaica. Yes, there are still challenges. Yes, there are still hardships. Yes, we see that there are inequities. Things may not be fair. But it depends, my friends, on the perspective you take. If you take the view that the glass is half empty, then you are looking at the bottom. Your head is cast down. But if you take the view, like all labor rights, optimistic, positive, prospecting, that the glass is half full, then you are looking upwards. So I say to all Jamaicans, the Jamaican glass is not half empty. We are filling up that glass very rapidly, and now we are turning our attention to ensure that it overflows for you.
Jamaica love, we wanna feel Jamaica love.
Jamaica is in such a different place that for the first time, a party leader can make a speech to his conference, to his supporters, and only barely mention the other people, the opposition. We are not in a fight with them. They are not in our league. We're not running any race with them. We have too many things to show. We have the achievements. For the first time ever, a government can campaign on what it has achieved. A government can campaign on showing the people what will come, not empty promises, but you can look on the track record of achievement and make a judgment. If you were to ask yourself, who is capable of delivering the future that you want, then it must be the Jamaica Labour Party.
Them no inna my league, no inna my league. Them I put a little bit of money, carry somewhere, and after them I leave.
It comes down to one thing, my friends, one thing. The Jamaica Labour Party always fixes things. The Jamaica Labour Party always builds things. The Jamaica Labour Party deals with now, and it deals with the medium term, and it deals with the long term. The Jamaica Labour Party knows how to steer the economy and at the same time ensure that the people who are on the ship don't die from seasickness, because we know how to properly maneuver the heavy waves and the white squall and challenges that come when you are running a country.
My dream, my dream, my dream, my dream, my dream. Tell you my dream is
Good sailors we are. But what it comes down to, my friends, that we must always have in front of us as we consider that a time for decision is near. That whenever the other people have the helm of the ship, they run it aground. They mash it up. They create problems every time, bar none. And that is why, my brothers and sisters, I continue to offer myself. I not only have so much things to say, I still have a lot of things to do. I have given my life to Jamaica. I am yours. So that I have your best interest at heart. You know that I am not going to sugarcoat and tell you any lie. I'm going to tell you as it is. And I am telling you that the Jamaica Labour Party has the energy, has the vision and the ideas. We have the people to continue to change Jamaica. It is the Jamaica Labour Party that is changing Jamaica for the better.
rise to the occasion. Look at yourself and say you're strong. You can stand you. JLP. Right.
I charge each and every one of you here today who came from all over Jamaica, from every nook and cranny, from every corner and crevice, to go back and deliver the message to the people. The Jamaica Labour Party is the best choice for leading Jamaica. The Jamaica Labour Party is ready for the third term, and with your support and your help and God's blessings on us, we will form the government for the third term. God bless you. I love you all. Get home safely.
Let me see you wave your fingers and say, Andrew. Andrew!
All right, so Prime Minister and party leader there, Andrew Holness, sharing a lot in the context of, what his administration, has delivered in the context of Jamaica here. And we'll talk a little bit more, but let's just see. I just want to check in here to find
for the goodness
of God.
If you love Andrew, say for.
All right, so right now they're just closing off their in togetherness, rallying around their party leader, and the party leader shares quite a lot in the context of what has happened, and he's saying pretty much the glass is half full, not yet there, but give them some time because they're going to get it all to capacity because they have what it takes to get you there. And so I get the sense too that he's responding to the people, and in the sense where the people are saying the economy is doing well, but we are not feeling it. We're not seeing it in the shops, we're not seeing it in the supermarkets, we're not seeing it when we go out, so how is it that we're benefiting if the economy is doing so well? And so he touched on the strength of the economy and where they got it, and how this administration has brought it to 74% in the context of GDP, in terms of their good management and cutting the debt, being able to recover quickly from shocks such as hurricanes without borrowing or relying on external help, and that is significant. And the fact that international countries are looking to Jamaica to figure out how is it that you're able to do all these things. And so he shared too that the strong growing economy and the resilient economy is good for sustainability, but in terms of getting the benefit to the people, all right, that is significant as well in that context. And so he provided that context in terms of some I guess benefits that he is planning on, or his administration is planning on delivering to the people of Jamaica, to us Jamaicans. And he spoke too about bureaucracy, and this is something that I have noticed that he has been touching on, just going to the different what would you call them, regional conferences. And so he mentioned in a specific case regarding, for example, the Troy Bridge, all right, that they were without a bridge for 2 years. And it's not that the government does not have the money to do it, but when it comes on to the red tapes and the different systems that must be in place, it results in inefficiency in terms of delivering to the people. So in that context, that is something that his administration is going to work on. Let me just check in here back at the arena to get a sense of what is happening and the vibe there right now.
Jamaica is my home. I love the girls, coconut water and white rum.
All right, so just music there as people are being, just moving around, and the security there on the platform to ensure that the prime minister and the platform party, that they're protected. And just in the context of what the party leader shared there too, and he pretty much shared too that it's important in the cost regarding the cost of living to pay attention to that, right? And he said that his administration didn't create, I guess, the high cost of living, but they are responding to it. And, they have navigated some difficult, turbulent times in the context of COVID-19, natural disasters. And, they have responded and still responding. And he also shared about the CARE program in the context of the income tax credit, and we have heard that before, but he highlighted that. And in the context of the number here, 290,912 Jamaicans have received that benefit so far, so I guess $20,000. And what he shared here too in this context is that for those who are not registered on the PART program or captured anywhere else, they too can access this money once they do, I believe, what is referred to here as a needs assessment, and they'll get their check. And a way that the Prime Minister is sharing that they will put these persons permanently onto a system part, some social pension, NIS, whatever that may look like, depending on the case. All right. And he turned to the JPS in the context of electricity. All right. And so regarding electricity, what the Prime Minister shared, so not me, me, I share what the Prime Minister shared. All right. The Prime Minister shared that everybody is complaining about, bills, all right? And so in that context, he's saying, the government is caring and capable. It's an active and strong government. And so, nothing is wrong in that context, right? In the context of them responding. And so just to let you know, in the context of JPS, I was trying to share some of those updates in the chat. A big one is that here they're planning on reducing the GCT on electricity from 15, all right, 15% to 7%, all right. And pretty much he's saying, as the party leader, is there for business. That is what he's there for. All right. And in that context too, is going to remove the non-tax threshold for persons, all right, who use, I believe this is 200 mgs, all right, megawatts perhaps. I'm just looking from some notes here, guys. And a prepaid electricity system perhaps is going to be in place as well. All right. And so in that context, we'll see. He also mentioned that in the context of regularizing JPS costs, our customers to the JPS, they'll reduce the cost of becoming a JPS customer in that context. And so it was pretty much saying that, it's time to respond to energy poverty. He went to the NWC, the National, Water Commission, and pretty much shared that persons, all right, with outstanding bills, I guess for over 2 years or 2 years or more. So for example, pensioners, depending on the needs, all right, NWC will write off that debt owed and they'll waive the reconnection fees. All right. And this is an amnesty that will begin on January 2nd. All right. And for 2 months. All right. And so just to let you know that too, there is some other shares that he made in the context of, let me see here. Let me just see here in the context of persons owing, I guess, 6 months or more, there's going to be some discounts as well. So something there to, I guess, look forward to. All right, over to transportation. He mentioned specifically in the context of rural school children and saying that there needs to be equity. So while, students in the urban areas, they benefit from subsidized, transportation, they're going to roll that out too for rural students. And so they're going to add new buses. But something that they plan to do is to implement a cashless payment system for students so that they can pay that to PPV. So like, the regular taxes there. And so in that context, to get like a private public partnership going there where students can benefit in rural areas. And he's saying, equity is definitely important in that context. He touched over on tourism, understanding, the fact that the industry, persons there are unhappy with what is happening, and the administration is supporting the workers as they seek, fair compensation. And it'll waive the fees for craft vendors for December and January and write off outstanding fees, all right, for craft vendors. And there's also mentioned by the party leader to build social housing or to create some houses for needy tourism workers. In the context of education, the party leader shared that they noticed that there is a re-emergence, all right, of auxiliary fees, something that, should not happen. And what he shared is that in 2007, the JLP administration said education should be tuition free, so no fees. And what he's saying is that the non-payment of fees should never prevent a child from accessing education. They also plan to get truancy officers working to figure out why students are not attending school and to support, I guess, families in bringing these students back into the school system. All right, I think there was some mention too of a nutrition program, and pretty much what the party leader shared there is that given those contexts, he has given, and in those contexts, and given the fact that he has given his life to Jamaica, he's saying, I am yours, Jamaica, you know and he's pretty much asking Jamaica to give him another term. The JLP has the energy, they have the vision, the ideas to change Jamaica for the better. So just some of those, points there that I managed to capture coming from the party leader. And so in that context, what are your views? And guys, if you're still here with us, please hit the like button, hit the subscription button. We have over 100 persons here and not 50 likes. And, is it that time has come, or should they get another term? All right. So, and I suspect too, and I guess perhaps I'll leave that for another conversation in the context of some views. But this is the situation at this point. And Ovi, I am not sure. Are you here with us? All right. I am not sure if Ovi is here with us at this point, but I really appreciate the support. And IT, I see you there in the chat. I guess obviously you're not for this administration, and that's okay. That's your view. All right. Thanks for sharing. And if you're still here with us, thanks for sticking and staying with us. But, I am going to give you the facts as they are presented in terms of, and so if the PNP put forward their thing, I'll be here sharing too, so that you know what is being offered, and, whatever it is that is going to make your life better, that is what you want, right? And so that's up to you to make your decision. We're not here to influence you to say this, that. We're just here to say we want the best for our country, Jamaica. We want, that is what we want to see. And it's a good feeling to know that Jamaica has, that has commanded some respect on the international stage. And so we want the country to want progress, right? So we want the country to move forward. We don't want to go back, and I don't even want to get to that slogan, but you guys, we love Jamaica, we not sell out. We love Jamaica, we not sell out. I love to sing, but I can't sing, and the voice is not the best today because we have been on live there yesterday. But we're so some messages here. And what I gather from the Prime Minister's message is that he is trying now to connect with the people. He understands the importance of connecting with, Jamaica, the masses, as they would say. I think he's getting that, and that's where this is going. In the context of calling an election, I have my view just given how he has shared here today. And that is something that I'll perhaps do a live about, just to share my perspective on, what the Prime Minister shared. And even in the context that you were saying, I have more things to say, but it's like I'm going to hold those things. And so, in that context, it's like I'm giving you these options. Let's see how you respond. Let's see if we're reading, the needs, and listening to the people as much as possible in that context. And again, very much, I'll say, to the point in terms of this is the context. The economy is good. And what he has shared too is that this, we don't need to come and call out the PNP, because we have a track record, we have results to talk about, we have things that we can tell you that we're going to do. And if we tell you that we're going to do something tomorrow or next week, expect that we're going to get it done. So he's saying that in that context, their track record should speak for, you know, the people. The people should be able to trust the administration based on their track record. All right. So in that context, you know, that's pretty much what the party has shared. I am not sure if it just felt different in terms of a conference, right? But I guess it's different too in the context that the message is different, right? In terms of moving forward and in terms of what they're sharing about, and in the context too that it's election season coming up. And guys, if you're interested too, we're going to do our election watch in terms of, you know, things to expect, looking at seats and just making predictions based on what we know our previous results. And so we're going to do that. So if you like what you see here and here, we're encouraging you to subscribe and become a part of the Voices in Education community and family. All right. So in that context, we do not, you know, bash anyone. We do not belittle anyone here. We understand that we share different views, different perspectives, and that is totally okay. We do that in a respectful way. All right. So just to let you know that, all right, that's a part of, you know, our platform here in the context. It's not just my voice, it's, you know, voices, but we want you to keep it, you know, real and respectful. And it's okay if you support PNP or if you support JLP or if you're an independent thinking that we need to move away from those two parties, you know, it's okay. All right, we just ask that you keep it real and respectful. So on that note, I want to take a quick, perhaps a couple of phone calls, just open the line for a few minutes just to get a sense of, you know, if persons would like to call in and share. But let me just get my screen fixed here. All right, just stick and stay, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. All right, guys. So I am going to pin the WhatsApp number in the chat. And so it's just WhatsApp call only. All right. So give us a call. Would love to hear from you. And again, if you know you're going to call and defame people or label them, and if something is in the court, we'll leave it alone because listen, we can't take any lawsuits or any of those things. So just keep it real and respectful and share from your perspective and would really appreciate that. All right. And I am just putting the WhatsApp number there in the chat. So if you'd like to give us a call, and I also pinned it there in the chat, you can definitely give us a call. Would love to hear from you. All right. So welcome if you're just tuning in. All right. Would love to hear from you just a little bit. So just going to be here for a few more minutes. So would love to hear from you guys if you'd like to call in. Please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. All right. So guys, we can get some more likes. That would be fantastic. And if you like the space, just consider subscribing. You can also share your comments in the chat. All right. And if it is okay, I'll definitely share it. I'll read it and share it. All right. But I'm just checking here. So just waiting to see, you know, if I am going to get any callers. All right. But we're here. So in terms of, you know, Desmond McKenzie, he was instrumental chairing the program there. We heard from the BITU in that context in terms of some speakers. We heard from the two young ladies. All right, and let me see here. We heard from Juliet, all right, Cuthbert. All right, I'm just checking here on my notes. And Dr. Chang, all right, in the context of his position as General Secretary. All right, we heard from the mayor of Montego Bay. All right, and we heard from Juliet Holness too, just talking about how the party is supporting and empowering women in that regard. Floyd Green, he shared in the context of, his portfolio predominantly. All right. And we heard from Foreign Affairs, Kamina Johnson Smith, in terms of, what is happening on the international stage. Pretty much shared Jamaica's outlook in that context, and how it is that Jamaica is doing good. Carencia, we heard from Carencia pretty much, sharing similar thoughts in terms of the success of the JLP administration. No guarantees for student loan, guarantors, sorry, for student loan bureau application, scholarships, and pretty much hard trust in terms of skills training and opportunities. Darrell Vaz, he shared pretty much built his talk around performance over propaganda, and saying that his wife Akshanan did share that beautiful speaking and propaganda cannot run government, is action do things. And so he was sharing in the context of his portfolio and the things that they have done and what is to come. And he kind of touched on Isaac Buchanan's comment there in the context of Vazism, and he's saying Portland is Vaseland, argument done. So we'll see how that one pans out in the context of the upcoming general election. And there was also this conversation going around that, them broke vase, or them broke the vase. And he was saying that, the only vase that was broken was Dwayne Vaz. All right. And, the band that's, PNP. And I guess just sharing in that regard. Dr. Christopher Tufton, he shared in terms of his health portfolio, and talked about the fact that they have upgraded the health infrastructure in terms of increasing the budget, in terms of hospital renovations, or new built hospital there, in terms of digitalizing, all right, patients records, and in terms of improved NHF, in terms of medication support, and adding new categories, all right, of illnesses, in terms of supporting persons there with the NHF, and upgrading health centers, as well as, let me see here, dental. He's saying that for certain things, he was explaining that it's free for certain restoration or restorative surgeries, for example. All right, so, and sure that there is more work to be done, but still asking that the people of Jamaica, give this administration another term in office. All right, the chairman of the JLP, Robert Bobby Montague, he came and he kind of taught the things them. Well, he shared what the government was doing, but from a party perspective too, he was pretty much saying to the party workers, their system in terms of getting the votes in. And he spoke in the context of the recently held by-elections. And he was saying, we understand that the party workers, they're not okay. We understand that they are the core, the foundation of the party. And there are three things to come in from the election there in the context of the people's agenda. All right, the people, they need, roads, water, they need help to start small businesses. All right, and absolutely, as I mentioned there, taking care of party workers. And so he's saying it's time to change course for the next chapter, which is trying to get that next term. And is warning about arrogance, and it should be about the people's agenda in the context of the JLP's hierarchy. And I know recently there was some things going around, voice notes, I guess, or whatever you may call that, audio clips going around in the context of some frustrations there coming out of the JLP by a particular councillor. All right, and so in that context, those are pretty much the big updates that I have, and I shared with you really the party leaders points from his speech there at the conference. And so those are the updates. Again, the phone line is open if you'd like to give us a call. Not seeing anyone calling in just yet, and I am not hearing from Ovi at this point. But those are pretty much what we have in the context of what happened there at the conference. So some of the big things is that there's going to be a cut in the GCT on electricity, so from 15% to 7%. All right, and just to let you know that. So those are some things that are happening there in that context. But a big turnout for the Jamaica Labour Party at their 81st annual conference at the National Arena. So big turnout. And Ovi, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Let me know if you're hearing me very well.
Yes, I am hearing you. Talk to us.
Awesome. Yeah, an interesting presentation from the Jamaica Labour Party, I would say. I love the stance that they took in terms of, highlighting what they have achieved and where they're planning to go with their, governance, and the fact that they're seeking out to connect more with the populace, the people.
Not to
Go
break
ahead.
you, but let us just take this call. So let's hear from
No
this
worries. Go
caller.
ahead.
Hello, caller, you're live.
Hello, pleasant good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Yes, I am calling on behalf of the Prime Minister's speech.
Okay, talk to us.
And my comment, I'm a single mother of two. My husband passed away 2 years ago. One of my sons is disability, so I have to work home. I can't go out to seek a job.
Right.
And they are doing very well at school because I have trained the smaller one, the disability one, to talk and to get him to talk and go to school now. He's fully enrolled in school by the help of me. The bigger one, which is 19, he has gone through the government program, and now we need some assistance more. They supposed to give him an exam, the 2-year government program he was on, and he's supposed to do an examination. His name's supposed to go through Art Foundation to get the exam done. And they totally disregard of sending in the child name to the proper authority for the examination to be done. No, ma'am, this is my concern as a single mother, and I'm living in the hills of Glengoff, St. Catherine, unable to go into Kingston to find somebody to assist me at the present moment. And I really and truly need a lot of help.
Who is your member of parliament?
Well, I don't know the lady. They just vote her in. The environment. Well, the person that I know is Henry Fisher. I don't remember the lady
That's
that
a
they vote in.
that's your counselor. I'm trying.
No, they use him as because he knows the district, so they use him more in the system. Because the last month when they came through, the Prime Minister came to Glengow, St. Catherine. So you can look through that and see what the lady named, because we don't use to her yet. So it's a little sticky for me to remember her name.
Is it
right
Carencia?
Something like that. Something like, yes, ma'am. Yes,
okay.
Yes.
I just trying to figure out where, because I'm trying to figure out which constituency.
North St. Catherine.
Okay.
North St. Catherine. Right. Corinthia. Yeah. So there was So they don't have an office in the Glengow area. The office is at Riversdale, are far away from me. So I can't get nobody to talk with pertaining to these mishaps with Art Foundation, because the program, as they go through Art Foundation. And now they're telling me to pay as an independent candidate for this young man to do his piece of examination.
So
and is next year again.
Is it a heart exam, or is it like CSEC, or what kind of exam?
He went to what do you call it? What do you call it? He went to high school. The government pays for a 2-year program into any facility that you want to go. So it goes through, like Art is the one who's supposed to get the exam out to the relevant authority. So the child name will go through Art to go to somewhere else.
Okay.
So Art was the one who did not send the child name last year. This year it's supposed to be done, and they did not send back the name. And when I get up on Wednesday morning, I've been back and forth trying to call and get to find out nothing. I had some bus fare and I went down to the school. He goes to the Jamaica Theological Seminary for the 2 years. So no, I don't know what you can do for me or who you can talk to.
All right. This is what I'm going to tell you. All right. I'm going to try and get a contact email or number for Tanisha Ingleton. All right. So she's the executive or managing director of Heart Trust. All right. And so I don't know what I hear you in terms of the case, but I guess she would be a good person to help you. So I'll look for that I'll look for that email and information, and then I'll text you. I can text you on this number.
Yes, ma'am, you can.
So I'll text you on this number so that whatever it is in terms of if it's CXCs or wherever the funds should come from to support your son, then that can be arranged. I'll try my best on my side, and then I'll text you the information that I have in terms of how you can reach out. But that's Tanisha just comes to mind, and I'm going to try and get that information for you. So which high school was your son attending?
He went to Oberlin High School, and he went to the seminary for 2 years, the government program for 2 years.
Okay, and the Heart Trust institution is where?
What I get to understand, they are the one who the test that you have to do when you're leaving the school, you do that test to get your certificate. So if you pass your examination, you get your certificate. So because of 3 of them who was at the facility, they told them to go to Michael Practical to do the examination, in which he done half of the exam and the other half should be practical, where he has to do that. That is the part.
So what is the program called? What is the program called that he's doing, that he needs to do the exam for?
Digital animation.
Okay.
So he do the writing part of it, in which he passed. So he passed all of the examination, the writing part of the animation,
the practical
just
part.
The practical. No, they're telling me to pay, miss. I am telling you, I don't know if the world is listening today. I am unable, and I need to speak to the Prime Minister, to somebody to hear my discretion. I have so many situations going on.
So just a quick question. Where did he do the program? Did he do that program at Oberlin? I'm just trying to figure out where.
No, the Jamaica Theological Seminary in Constant Spring.
Okay, let me just write that down. So he was traveling from Glengoff to Constant Spring?
Yes, ma'am, for 2 years.
Okay.
Now, the program is finished from last month, when he's supposed to sit the exam. He only sit off of the exam. I was told that his name will be going to set the program this year. When I went to the school on Wednesday of this week, and the gentleman checked the email, his name has not been submitted for the examination, and it's already gone.
Okay.
So
I say our trust is in charge of this exam.
Yes, ma'am. He gave me a paper and telling me to find Gordon Town, in which I don't know Gordon Town. I have no money to be up and down into Kingston, right? And it's $3,000. I must be paid to them by next week Friday. I must carry the money to Gordon Town for him to sit the examination as an independent candidate for next year. No, mama, I need help. How can I pay for something when the government already pays for the child to go to school for 2 years?
So I don't know how. So I'm going to try to get, as I said, I'm going to try to get Miss Ingleton's contact, and I'll send that information to you. I'm gonna try and get it and send it to you over on WhatsApp.
Yes, ma'am, I will gladly appreciate your help.
So you can reach out, because she's in charge for the most part of our trust, so she'll be able to know, okay, they can direct you based on what is happening.
Okay, ma'am.
But how is it otherwise in Glengoff?
Say that again?
How is it going there in Glengoff? Otherwise, how are things there?
Well, things could be improved. The roads from St. Andrews totally bad. The vehicles that have to carry the taxis, we have mostly taxis and few buses that go into Kingston. The roads are in a terrible, from the St. Andrews side, not from the Glengoff leg. The Glengoff leg has been fixed very nicely. The St. Andrews side, from the bridge, when you cross the bridge to St. Andrews, totally bad. And the few taxis that is on the road, we hardly can get them because they are balling. So that is what we need help with also. Because, as I said, the smaller child that I have goes to Lawrence Tavern Primary School. I have to place him on a taxi to go.
Okay, and how old is the smaller child?
He is 11 years old.
Okay.
So as I said, he has autism.
Okay.
But because of me trying to help him, and he's a bright little boy. He's a very smart little boy.
Oh yes, God bless his soul.
When I can't afford the fare, I get to understand that he can travel to go to school on his own and back. And I trust in God because I'm a God-fearing person. I trust in God for him to go and return back to me because I have no other choice. I can't go with him and I can't go out there for him.
So does he get support at school? Like have somebody to support him at school?
Yes, I go and they told me what to do. I go and I get a shadow.
Yes, at the ministry. Okay, good.
Yes, ma'am. And that they messed up again because they didn't tell me that you have to go back to the ministry to tell them about this child that is registered on the program, that he has to get the shadow in the examination room. So he sit the grade for examination on his own without the shadow because she can't be present.
So where was the teacher and the school principal? So they're not supposed to know that.
Oh, Jesus, I'm telling you, Mama, I've been up and down, back and forth into Kingston. And when I finally get somebody and I go to Canewood, that's where the shadow.
Yes, down at ministry, yeah.
Right, that's where they told me to go to Canewood, where I send the information to get the shadow because they said I have to find the shadow. Right, and when I went there, the lady said I have to. Right, I have to come with do back. He has to assess back for him to get the shadow in the class, in the examination room. So now they're telling me to do it outside the box. You have to pay for that. I cannot. So I have to go back to microcare, which you have to pay microcare, but it's a 1-year program for him to get assessed. So she's telling me if I get it done, he will get the shadow for the grade 5 examination.
Don't worry yourself, he's gonna be fine, are you?
He's doing very well.
God is on the job.
He's doing very well. He went to spelling bee the other day and he was first in his class.
God is
that is God working. So if you can get me Karen's number also where I can talk back to her or something by email or something.
I don't know who is Karen enough. I don't know who is Karen, but whatever information that I can get, I'll just send it your way.
Not Karen.
Oh, Karen. Okay.
Right. I am pronouncing her name wrong. If I can get some feed that I can speak to her or write to her pertaining to the other problems that I am facing as a single mother, you know?
Yes.
And give her a feedback on who I've been speaking to pertaining to these matters, because I've been speaking to somebody pertaining to the matter. So I want a feedback because right now, the house that we are in, because I told the people that I will be getting help from the member of parliament. They have not seen any progressive. They want me to come out of the house with my kids. I have nowhere to go. So I need to talk to somebody pertaining to that.
Okay.
Because that is stressing me and it is stressing my son. You know, when people come telling you they want the house, they want the house. You understand?
Definitely.
And I am unable to move out of the house.
Understand.
So these are the two things I want. I want the child to enroll. He has so many things to give to society, to give to Jamaica. And when you're sending away these smart kids abroad benefit from them, and they are from Jamaica.
All right,
so
just just a quick question to her. I just want to follow. So just in case there's anyone who can help at this point. You said if, for example, you have the money for your older son to go and do the test, it's going to cost him what, $3,000? And yes, you say it is for next.
What the teacher told me.
That's for next.
Do the exam is $3,000.
And that would be for next Friday. You said
next week Friday morning.
And how much would be his fare? So like fare and lunch, how much you think that would come up to with the 3,000?
The money has to pay this year for him to do the exam next year. That's what the gentleman told me.
So next year when? So that's the thing. So what you want?
Tell me.
Okay, so
when I pay the money, they will give me the date when the exam will be done in next year again.
Okay, but it has to be paid from this week. I say it's $3,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And where you got to pay that money?
He told me to go to Garden Town. So I asked him where Garden Town is. He said I have to take a bus from Offertree because we come in from St. Andrew, from Tavern. So my journey is from Glengoff, St. Andrew, Offertree. So he said to me, I have to take a bus from Officer or a taxi, go to Papine Square, and take another taxi
to go to Garden Town.
Garden Town. That's where the Art Foundation is, where I have to pay the money.
Okay, and what you think it's going to cost if I fear to go up
You're
there?
looking at 3 to 5 to go up there, and because I don't know how much for the fare from
Okay,
Officer
so in essence, about $6,500.
Around that.
Okay. All right. We're gonna see what we can do. All right. And I'll contact you. I'll send you a message to just follow up. And once we get if anybody just send anything, I'll just follow up with you on this number and just get your personal. I don't want you to share your personal information because you mentioned about your kids and we want to keep them protected. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So we're going to work on that for you.
Okay.
Thanks for calling, and I'll follow up with you here.
Yes,
ma'am.
Yes, Ovi.
Just before she goes, I want to just commend her on the great job that she's doing with the boys because
Yes.
we know it's not easy being a single parent, and having kids, having a child with needs, and you have been there going up and up, up and about, going all the way to support your kids. And I can hear the passion and love coming through your voice. So keep heart, don't give up, and just keep doing the best for your kids, and God will do the rest.
Yes, sir. That is what I am doing because the dad has passed just in the time when my bigger son will do the CXC examination. So I am fully mother and father for these 2 boys from then until now. And he graduated at Oberlin and he finished all his examination that he's done. He passed all of them. So I have to give God thanks. And with this smaller one, is reading and writing and drawing, I have to give God thanks for my hard work.
Yes.
So thank you. And I thank God to keep me strong because I've been there. But I still need a little bit of help.
Yeah, we're gonna work on, because the thing is, by the time we contact those people and for them to answer, it's going to pass Friday. So we're gonna see our best we can help you.
Okay, ma'am.
All right. So I'll follow up with you. Thank you for calling and keep strong and God's got you. All right.
Yes, thank you too for your time with me.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Guys, you see, this one just touched me, it touched me really. It really touched me, guys. And so if you're on the live now and you want to send a super chat, or if you can contribute, right now we're trying to, I think, what was it, 6.5? We're trying to get to 6.5. So 6.5, guys. So just because, I mean, when you think about contacting those places, it's going to go beyond Friday. So if the deadline is Friday to do the paperwork, then it means that it's going to go beyond. All right. So we want to help this mom, single mom, and have 2 kids there, one with needs, one with autism, and the older one is just trying to get ahead educationally. So if you're still here and you can support, and if you're in Jamaica and you can transfer from your bank, we can share information, that's fine. Or if you want to send a super chat, super sticker to support this lady, we would really appreciate it. All right. So whatever it is that you can do, but we want to, and that is why we're saying that, guys, just like and subscribe and share. We want to build this platform because a big part of it is to support students. And if you are new here, that is something that we started in COVID. We're not a big platform, like we just try, and sometimes just out of our own pocket, where we just try to help persons, and so we have the plans and we just need your support. So even if you can just like and subscribe, hit the like button and hit the subscription button. We know in the whole heap of bag and we just want to bring and want to hear from the people, want to support each other, want to learn from each other, but we're going to work on that. So if you're here and you can drop a super sticker, a super chat, to support, this lady and the kids really, or the older son would really, really appreciate that. All right. So come on, guys. Let's go. Somebody, anybody, drop something in the chat, super sticker. Let us go. Let's support each other. We have each other, so let's support each other. Ovi, I'm coming over to you. This one hit me, man.
Yeah, and I totally support what you're saying too in terms of the support, guys. You know, the little that we do, it might seem little to us, but it's a whole lot to somebody else. So let us do what we can. Many of us we don't necessarily have the money to send, but by supporting this channel, it would make it grow bigger so that we are able to support persons in this way. By liking, subscribing as well, what it does, it allows YouTube to share this to more persons, and who to tell there might be somebody out there who will be able to help. So play your part. It's hard when you're, in a certain situations and you're not able to, do the best, especially when kids are involved. So, do what you can to help. As I said, we can do the basic like, subscribe, share, and that won't cost us anything out of our pocket right now, but it could go a far way in helping somebody else who is in need. So yes, as I said to the mother, just keep holding on. God is always there to support us. And strange enough, I am coming from a situation where my father died when I was 6 years old, and my mom had to play the role that she is playing for her kids now, and I am the last of seven. So I know what it is like being in a situation like that where you know that your mommy doesn't necessarily have the money, but they have the best intention for you. And I have to give thanks to all the persons who have extended help to me. And that's what we want to do for this lady. We want to help her. We don't know what that young man might become in the future. Prime Minister Andrew Holness spoke about coming from Spanish Town in humble, beginnings as well. And it's the support that is around us that helps us to matriculate to good heights and higher heights as well. And that's what we need to do. We need to just support each other. If each man mend a man, each man would be mended. So we just want to support each other. So if you can, please, we're asking you to provide some support in whatever way you can so that this lady can get some help, and that guy, that young man can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Sometimes we just need a little encouragement, just an encouraging word, just $100 sometimes, just to have something to say, boy, I can make the next step. Sometimes we just need that little bit of inspiration, and that will help us to go on. So as I said, just keep trying, mom. Just keep holding on. God is always there, and I'm sure somebody somewhere along the line will come into the focus and come in and help you. But just do the best that you can, because I'm sure these kids are looking on you and saying, "Boy, my mom is doing the best that she can." And I tell you, that will create a relationship between you and those boys that will form unconditional love forever. And I'm sure that's what you want. So, guys, let us continue to support each other so that, this young man can push forward. So, yes, I'm coming back over to you to see
Yeah,
how we progress
fantastic.
with this one.
Fantastic. Come on, guys. Even if you have $1, whatever you have, send, or if you can do the super chat and you can say, boy, we have a $500, we have a whatever it is, every little. You know, everyone want cook a full basket. So whatever way, and the easiest way is to just try and subscribe as we continue to grow, you know, so that we can do this work. You know, we want to do this work. We think this is a part of, you know, our platform, our little ministry. So we want to do this work, man. This one. So any support now that comes in terms of a super sticker or super chat will go toward helping this young man, this student, to go and do his exam. All right. So any little support, we're aiming for 6,500 Jamaican dollars. So any support, guys, would really appreciate. And I'm going to share in the, so if I have you over on WhatsApp, I'm going to share in the WhatsApp group to see if there is anyone willing to provide any support. But guys, any little support, come. Nobody in the super chat, and that's fine. If you're not able to, you can just hit the like button, hit the subscription button, and just be a part of this space. So we perhaps can take one or two more short calls. Yes, Annette, I agree with you, but given the time to pay for the exam, right? We want to do that for them, because you know, bureaucracy, and by the time if you get look at this, get look at that, you know, Friday gone. So we want to just deal with that, and then from there on, for sure, she should connect with the MP in terms of help, other help that obviously the family needs. All right. So any help that you can provide at this point would be greatly appreciated. All right. And, you know, do whatever you can to support this space. And, you know, we're going to try and make it work for sure. Come what may, this young man will get that opportunity to go and pay before the deadline, so that he can do his exam sometime, you know, next year, whenever the next date comes up. But it's important for him to make that payment now. The exam fee, by the way, is $3,000, or the money are 3,500. But in terms of fare, I asked the mom for an estimate if you weren't here and you're just tuning in. So in total, we're looking at about 6,500 Jamaican dollars. All right. So in that context, you know, we just want to provide some help as best as possible. And if you want to reach out to me on WhatsApp, the WhatsApp number is pinned in the chat there. WhatsApp message or call on WhatsApp there. You can call. We're just trying to find some help for this mom. 6,500, and again, the exam fee is about $3,000. But with fare from where they're traveling from Glengough to go all the way to Garden Town to pay for it, it's going to come up to about $6,500. All right, so based on I asked the mom for a rough calculation there. So let's see how best we can help, and bear in mind that, you know, mom has a son, all right, with needs as well, and so we want to support. So anyone who can drop a super chat, a super sticker, I'm just asking you to, or you know, if you can put $100, $200, whatever it is that you have, you know, would really appreciate it. So I'm just going to stay on probably for another 14 minutes or so before we wrap this one up. And you know, in the context of, you know, what has happened there, you know, we're sharing the context of the conference. All right, but right now we switch gears, and we're seeking some help for a mom of two, a single mom of two. All right, and you know, going through a lot based on, you know, what was shared a few minutes ago here, and we're just trying to find some support. So that's the mission right now. Mission possible. Yes, we can make it possible. All right, so just seeking some help, guys, and I'm going to post this message in, you know, in WhatsApp. So Ovi, let me just come over to you Again, there, I know you were sharing some points in the context of the Prime Minister. I don't know if you want to go back there and what he shared, or if you just want to keep the chat going in terms of, asks, imploring them to support our mission right now. And I'm just going to try and send a message to our Voices in Education family on WhatsApp.
All right, I'll do a little bit of both. But yes, guys, let us help each other, and let us help each other. We just need to do a little. Sometimes it's when they say, and we are all from Jamaica now, it's just one cook a full basket. So if we can do a little and somebody else do a little, it will add up, and it could save a young man. It could, for sure, it's going to save him some worry. It's going to save him, some frettings. Just give him some hope to know that yes, my exam is paid for, and I'm going to prepare to do the practical exam, and then I'll consider my next step. And many of us have been in that situation before, where we have to be, asking for support, or somebody has volunteered and given us some support. So it's a time for us to just look into ourselves and give back. And that's what we're into here on this channel. We want everybody to be comfortable. We want everybody to feel safe. And this young man, academically, I'm sure he's not feeling safe right now. And we want to rally around him as best as possible. So if you are able, please reach out. And the number is there in the chat, the WhatsApp number. Reach out and let's talk and see exactly how things can be done in terms of this young man. It's young men in Jamaica. Not all of them are educationally aligned or inclined. So when you see somebody, going forward and saying, all right, I want to pursue something, we need to support them as best as possible. And, that's good. And the fact that he doesn't have a father anymore in his life, it is, it is imperative for us to help if we can. So, as I said before, we can help in many different ways, in many different levels. For example, you can support this channel, and that will translate into help for him and other persons in the future by just hitting the like button, hitting the subscription button, turning on your post notification to get your due diligence too, in the sense that if we're going to do this, because I know that some person might be thinking that this might be not be the case, but this is what I want you to do. Stick and stay here with us and let us try and get this done. Because can you imagine you here a few years from now that this young man is the prime minister of Jamaica, and he's sharing his story, and that you contributed to you know his success, and that's what we want here. So let us just continue to rally around him to get him to the place that he wants to be, or to clear this hurdle, because I'm sure that's not what he wants to, he wants more. So let's go. As I said, simple things we can do, different levels. Hit that subscription button, hit that like button, so that this can be shared with other persons who might be in a better position to help. If you are able to send a super sticker and say, all right, this is my contribution toward, him getting to his exam, and, paying for his exam, then that would be good also. So we're looking at it from different levels. And if you're able to, transfer money to the mom in any way or form, then we could facilitate that as well, so that she's able to do what she wants to do. And I'm loving the fact that she's reaching out for help. And when she sounds like one of those mothers who will do anything to ensure that her children will succeed, and she has been working hard based on what she communicated to us. So let us try and support her in this regard. So yes, make sure that if you are able, you do what you can, and let us rally around this single mother to help her with her kids. And as we heard from the Prime Minister at the conference there, I'm going to switch gears over to that a little bit. As I was saying, I like the focus of the conference. I like the fact that they were able to talk about stuff that they did and stuff that they're going to do and things that will benefit the Jamaican people, not only talking about stuff that seems airy fairy, but things that will affect everyone, in the sense where, if you're going to be paying less GCT on your electricity bill from 15 down to 7%, then you should be able to see that and that money will come back into your pocket. And this is all coming from, I would say, the fact that the economy, Jamaican economy is doing better and they are trying their best they're trying their best to ensure that this filters down to each and every one, and this advancement isn't kept at the top. So that's good. And the good thing about this too is that they have spoken about this, so we are able to hold them to their statement. This is out there. It's a public statement that was made there, so we're able to hold them accountable to their words, and that's what we need to do. So, it doesn't matter which party you support. If it's the PNP that is in power, then they're going to be the government. And if it's JLP that's in power now, so they are the government. But at the end of the day, it is about what they are doing for the country. Because, regardless of who is in power, we want the best for ourselves and our family and for our children. We want the best. And that's what we want to focus on. And we want the government officials to be as transparent as possible so that we're better able to see what they're doing and understand what they're doing and say, yes, they said they were going to be doing this and they did that. They said this and they didn't do that, so we can hold them accountable. So we don't want to necessarily get partisan, but we want to hold them accountable to the job that they have chosen to do for the country, because they have chosen to serve us as leaders, and we want them to be held responsible for what they are doing. So yes, as I said, loved lots of what happened in the speech. I personally love the half bottle half full half empty story. And he's saying that if we're looking at it half empty, that means we're looking down. But if we're looking on it half full, it means that we're looking upward for growth. And that was really powerful coming from the Prime Minister. And I think that was the highlight of his speech for me. And, we need to surround ourselves with positive thoughts, with positive thinking. Because sometimes we get ourselves buried and drowned in negative thoughts and the feelings. And, that's not good for us. If we have a problem, let's see if we can find a way to get around the problem. It's a hurdle. If we try and get over it, around it, under it, we don't just look and say, boy, there's a problem there. So let us try and take that from the speech of the Prime Minister and try to be positive. Similar to what's happening with that parent now, she's going forward. She needs help for her children and she's coming out to ask for the help. That's a positive movement. She could have been there and, saying, boy, nobody's coming to help and not ask, and out of shame, she did not, didn't reach out. So we want to continue to have that positive outlook on things. And I think that was, good coming from the Prime Minister. And the fact that they're going through to try as best as possible to help to get, persons who are not on the JPS grid, get them regularized. That can only argue well for the government and, for Jamaica, because, those illegal connections can lead to other catastrophic stuff like fires and so on, electrocution and so on. So, those are good, I think, good, innovative stuff that they're coming up with. And, looking forward to see how much more they are able to do and what they will be able to implement. We want to look and see if this is just something that they're saying just to rile up the crowd in terms of the conference, or it's a case where they're going to actually go out there and execute. And, truth be told, if they go out there and execute, we must commend them on the good work that they have done. And if likewise, if it is not done, then we should, hold them accountable to their actions as well. And that's where I want us as Jamaicans to be, where we're able to hold our leaders accountable to what they promise us to, promise to do for us, and just to ensure that there's a better way of life for us. And as Mr. Val said, you want your children and your grandchildren to live in a Jamaica that they can think that yes, we can survive here and we are comfortable. And that's a part of our social responsibility as adults to help to create that, great social ambience so that everyone is able to, live. And these kids, they will emulate what they see. So we have to make sure that we are positive role models as well. And I say we are not just leaving it up to the government officials, but we select, we vote, we go out and support these, candidates and, members of parliament at all different levels. So we are a part of the government. We have to select the government. So let us continue to be there and hold them accountable so that they can give us the best service that is possible unto us. Because, we want a better Jamaica. I don't think if you go to a Jamaican anywhere and ask them, would you want, to live comfortable in your own country, you're able to achieve your dreams and aspirations if they're going to say no. So I don't think that's going to happen. So let us try to build each other. Let us try to grow. Let us try to get forward. And the best way to do that is to live an exemplary life, to support, our dreams, support the politicians in whatever, capacity we can, hold them accountable to whatever they have promised and, what their mandate set them out to do. And, so that our kids can have the better a better Jamaica to live in than we are living in currently. And another thing that was mentioned that I need to highlight as well is the equity in terms of distribution of help for kids heading out to school. I think that was a huge one that they mentioned. The fact that kids in the uptown or in the urban area, they're able to benefit from that, and the kids in the rural areas aren't able to benefit from those sort of incentives in terms of heading forward, in terms of traveling to and from school. Then that was a good way for the prime minister to come up with ways and means so that kids who are living in the rural part, they are able to benefit from these incentives. And I think that the equity there that he mentioned, that was a big star in terms of the presentation going forward. So as I said, much to look forward to in terms of what Mr. Holness and his team will be doing going forward. And it's going to be interesting to see exactly how things will pan out. So I'm coming back over to you if you are ready for us. I'm
Fantastic.
going to.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Pretty much you kind of summed up things there. So we're going to close this one off. All right, guys. So if you're still interested in helping, all right, the parent who called earlier, the WhatsApp number is pinned in the chat there. You can send me a WhatsApp message in that context. But guys, thank you so much for your support. Thanks for being here. Thanks for keeping, the chat respectful, and thanks for sharing. Really appreciate it. We're going to do more in terms of, it's elections coming up soon. So we're going to do our election watch, and again, we're not a political platform, so we're just going to talk. So if we predict, say, PMP go get the CTR, don't kill us. It's just a prediction. All right, so we're going to do that. And we want to share some more too in terms of information, like, just like Parliament, the upper house, lower house, and just for persons to have an understanding, because we want you to be aware. And, at the end of the day, you have the power to choose who you want to represent you whenever the elections are called. All right. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. And remember that with Christ in the vessel, you can always smile at the storm. All right. And, we might be down, but we're not out. So when we hit rock bottom, we just need to look up, because the only way is really to go up. So once we're down, it means that we're going up, because we're down already, we're down. So we can only go up, right? So just continue to have a good rest of your day, I hope. Blessings and love. And, turn on your post notification bell if you're a subscriber. And if you haven't yet hit that subscription button, what are you waiting for? Please hit the subscription button. All right. And remember to turn on your post notification bell so that you do not miss any updates from this channel. We do quite a lot in terms of programs here. So current affairs, sports, schoolboy football, track season, quite a lot. We look at election results, so we do quite a lot. So topical issues for sure, and we appreciate you being here. And this is a space where everyone has a voice. We just simply ask that you keep it respectful. We can share our frustrations without belittling anyone, for example, without disrespecting or defaming anyone. So we just do it that way. And I'm going to play some music to sign out. And guys, I would love to get some feedback from you in the context of this channel. Just what are your views? Would definitely love to hear from you in this context. All right, blessings and love. And I'm just going to play some music and sign off for this one. All right, so thanks everyone, and let me just go to some music here. And remember to leave your comments. Let me know, if you like this space, your feelings, and perhaps topics that you'd like us to discuss or to talk about. We look forward to seeing your comments in the chat, and we welcome your feedback as well. Yes, we look forward to your comments in the chat, and we also welcome your feedback. So continued blessings and love, and remember to stick and stay with us. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you in the next live. All right, we're out to some music right now.